you for.
All right, we are live. Start recording. There we go. Welcome everybody to the Matrix Breakers live. Today I have a guest here, Foxfire. If you want to say hi.
Hi, everybody. How's everybody doing?
Good. I don't think I have viewers at the moment because I did just literally start. So I usually let the viewers come in real quick. Cause trust me. Oh, I got one. One. My buddy just hopped in. My buddy Kurt. And then I'm assuming his friend Ashley, which is also my other friend's friend, is hopping in as well. Yeah, they're both in. All right. So we have a boatload of topics tonight that me and him both know about. So we won't discuss that yet. I like to surprise the viewers. So I think the first one I'm gonna do is the secret vault. Just go ahead and pull his channel up. So we're doing things a little bit differently, guys. I'm doing it through StreamYard instead of OBS. I mean, it's still using OBS. It's a little complicated. I want to explain it, but um, yeah, Fox. I was gonna say, you got anything to add?
Thank you for inviting me.
Oh yeah, you're welcome. Um, yeah, I forgot. I should really have my. There we go. That's much better. I forgot to put on my green screen. That happens. All right. So now I'm not using my PlayStation. I'm gonna go ahead and set up the share screen, and we'll get it going.
Just to let you know, I have my PlayStation on just in case you feel like you can hear me better through the PlayStation.
Oh, you're good. I hear you. Perfect. Loud and clear.
Sorry,
All
viewers.
right. There we go.
The phone is
Perfect.
the phone is my only other way.
Oh, so if you guys, the viewers, know and follow the secret vault, he talks on the phone and he has people come on and they talk on the phone. So yeah, let's see if we can. Oh, okay. So no, I like this full screen. I like that better. We're gonna keep it like that until I get the video going. So yeah, um, I'm gonna go ahead and start. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and start the video here in a sec. Um, I don't know, Fox, if you've watched a bit of the Secret Vaults, you probably have through my videos.
I've always seen the ones that you've put on your videos.
Yeah, yeah. So, I mean, what do you think of him going into those bunkers? It's crazy, right?
He's being very revealing. He seems like he doesn't want to have a censorship. Like people, he wants people to be more truthful of what's really going on.
Yeah, he wants to tell everybody the history behind it and that it's there and that the British government, like every government, likes to lie and cover it up, that it's there because they don't want to tell people that those bunkers are there. I mean, it's a matter of national security because you can always reactivate and rebuild and start those bunkers up at any time if you really wanted to. They're already there.
The government, to a certain degree, I understand that once they have some anonymity,
Me
just in
too.
case something needs to be secure, like if something happens, I
Yeah,
can understand that.
being that I have family in the military, I understand. My grandfather served in the Navy. And he told me, "Do you understand why certain things are a matter of national security?" Yeah, I said, "To protect the welfare of the United States." He said, "Yep." Absolutely. Some things are best kept secret, like for good reason. But yeah, I got a list. We're gonna go in. I'm gonna go ahead and start that in a couple minutes. Like I said, I
But
give
while we're on this subject, not everything has to be scrutinized in secrecy
yeah.
because it makes it seem like you're hiding something.
Also, viewers, remember hit that like and subscribe. I got it on the screen there. And also, welcome. And of course, thank you. I had to do that because actually, without the viewers, it's really nothing. So yeah, and as always, I don't really take. I don't care for money. I'm not. If you all would love to donate to the channel, it would go and help. You don't have to. I don't care. I just love to entertain people. That's it. I don't really care about the money. But like I said, it would help again because I can use it to buy. And of course, all proceeds will go to the channel, all 100% because I'm gonna buy freaking compute like filming stuff because obviously I'm stuck filming on webcams and a cell phone. So I want to actually get nice equipment so I can go do some explores like the secret vaults and do some camping videos. So, because yeah, I like to add new content to keep the viewers, something new and fresh. It's just right now I can't really go camping because it's kind of winter in Wisconsin. And you know how that goes.
But mm, but where I'm from, it's like almost spring summer, so weather
I
can
got
be crazy.
I got good news though. Today it was like almost 60. It was
Really,
very Yeah, it was very nice. I went and drove to get pizza. I was just like, damn, it's nice out. It's good pizza. Pepperoni.
I
Yeah.
agree. I'm a meat lovers person myself.
Love me a pepperoni. I like if my second favorite would be meat lovers, but my first all the way is pepperoni because I don't really like sausage. I'll eat sausage, but my tummy don't like it. It just don't. It's pork. I can't eat pork. It just although I can eat bacon, only so much, but then I get sick. Oh, I'm gonna need a refill. I'm getting low on sody pop. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and start that video here in a sec.
I thought we were live.
Oh, we are live. I just haven't started like the secret vault.
Oh, when you said a video, I thought you meant okay.
Yeah, there we go. There's the secret vault. So, yeah, it's gonna make there's full screen, which gets rid of us basically, or I could put us on the bottom, or have us on the side. I like having us on the side with the video, but that's what we're gonna be watching, viewers. This is the first video, but for right now, I'm going to remove that and I'm gonna put it back to the way it was because I gotta set up the video. And now I am going to apologize about the commercials again. I don't have premium. And believe me, I would love to have premium. It's just unfortunately you know, it's it's a bit of a steep Christ. So since we already watched the secret red door, the Area 51 series, let me get another good couple series going where he sneaks into some other bunkers. 19 how about this? A 1950s bunker walkthrough. Or I mean, yeah, let's do that. Let's do a 1950s. How does that sound, Fox?
That sounds good.
Yeah, we'll do that one.
That would be more in the Cold War time.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and load the video. It's just taking a minute to load.
It's more than an
we
SUV.
go.
It's your Chevy screen.
Oh man, that's awful. Let's turn that down. There we go. That should be better. I turned it down. All right, there we go. I paused it, so y'all didn't even have to deal with the commercials. I had to deal with it. All right, let's let's go ahead and yeah, where is Stream? There we go. I couldn't find StreamYard. All right, so Fox, I'm gonna go ahead and mute my mic.
So let me know when you want me to mute mine.
All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and mute mine now, and we're gonna go ahead and play the video.
How do you mute? Is it default?
There should be a like mic icon.
I have them. It says default speakerphone headset earpiece.
It's probably I actually, here you go. I can mute you. How about that?
I'm sorry, I'm just learning.
No, you're good. You're good. I'll do it for you. All right. So I'm gonna mute both of us so we can, you know. So here we go. I'm gonna start the video. Let me get to the video. Oh, Fox, I unmuted you. So I forgot to add. There. I don't know if you have a chat in the corner.
The chat?
Yeah, there might be a chat button.
I only see the headphones, a the camera, and I don't know if that's caption or that square. I don't know what that is.
There should be a thing for private chat.
I'm new to this, so
Yeah, I know you are. I'm trying to figure it out too.
I hope the viewers are not frustrated with this, with me sounding so
No, no, they
agreeable.
ain't. Trust me, they ain't. So give us a moment, guys, to. I'm just gonna do this. There you go. I sent hey. Did that pop up to you?
No, it didn't.
Hmm. All right. Well, then I was gonna say if you have to get up and while we're watching this, go to the bathroom. Just go to the bathroom, and I'll unmute you. And then when you get back, you're back.
I'll give you a code word so you know when I'll be right back. Right now. Um,
Oh,
the
I
code word is going.
I don't know if I'll hear it because the mic will be muted. I'll just leave it unmuted and we'll just not talk, if that
Okay.
works better.
Okay. I'm just saying, and if I'm going somewhere, I'll just use the code word going.
Yeah, just say restroom if you got to go to the restroom.
Well, I don't want people to know
Oh
everything I'm
yeah,
doing.
yeah, I get it.
So
Just
that's
to
why I'm
go in.
using the word going, so they don't
Okay.
know what I'm doing.
Yep, for sure. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and play this now.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I have to go to the. Forgot.
So we've got a few more people who've turned up. So it's looking quite full. And our tour guide is
Excuse me.
Thanks. Start walking down. Okay. I love that. Wow. Sorry.
Right guys, so through today will last about an hour, and if you've got any good questions, I might ask them a wee bit longer, so just get off now. For the tour, like toilets around the corner, long, but all fine. Sorry, it's about six left. So if anyone wants to look for the toilets, I'll just say there just before the tour starts, down there. Get ready to start in a minute. How are we?
Good.
I'm glad that when yesterday seems to be going by now. Trust me, you needed longer yesterday for shelter.
Thanks, guys. Are we busy or?
We can do 4:30.
Wow. And you used to do the last all they were.
They would have given us restoration. What's
You used to do that?
No. That would have been the volunteer team.
I really. Incredible.
Right. Gather. Sorry. Good afternoon and welcome everyone. I hope you're all well. My name is Logan, and I'll guide this afternoon for one of the most extraordinary cohorts outside all of Britain and one of Scotland's most ambitious restoration projects, the Barton Bunker. Our bunker here has an incredible layered history. Its origin begins as a military installation throughout the Second World War. It's home to an RAF operation of like the nearby Turnhouse. Here starts the work surface building over there. The plot emanated from that surface building. It was crucial in Britain's defence throughout the course of the Second World War. With the end of the Second World War, though, an icy tension began to set in between the East and West. It was becoming a Cold War. From 1951 to 1952, this site was repurposed into a vast rotor bunker, one of only four structures of the UK, as home to the sector operations centre for all Scotland. Its job to direct air defence against the Soviet bombers. With the coming of the 60s, this site was then again purpose took on a new role with Scotland's regional government. And what this meant were West to be destroyed, Scotland's leaders, civil servants, and senior government ministers would all be brought here to ensure the governance of the country continued unhindered in the event of potential nuclear disaster. Given by the fact that we're all standing here today, though, we know that a nuclear disaster did not come pass. But a disaster of a different kind comes straight from bunker here. Throughout the 1990s, it was ravaged by theft, vandalism, and fires, which left it as a black ruin, treasure beneath. Eventually, the site was acquired for £60,000, even less than a flat Edinburgh, and a figure that filmmaking magazines the near £50 million cost to construct a bunker in today's money. And ever since, a dedicated team of volunteers worked tirelessly to reserve the treasure trove pitch low. As we go through today, we will see many of the scars of destruction that was attempted to preserve part of layered history that we'll see here at this site. So we journey we'll get to see this incredible layered history. We see an incredible dynamic, real example of Cold War archaeology. It'll give you a real sense of conflict, mood, atmosphere, and so much more that clouded the Cold War here in Scotland. So, without further ado, it's time for us to head below to a true underground city, to a time of fear, to a time of secrecy, to a time of chaos, to a time of destruction. Course 2, time, perfect normality. So, just venture below, folks. Follow me. As we go into bunker today, just so the health and safety that I need to know. Well, this is an ongoing restoration project. That means that there are plenty of holes for you to fall down, plenty of pieces of machinery that you could get yourself hurt on. If it looks like there's something that you could fall down, stay far away from it. If there's anything that looks like it could hurt you, then stay far away from it. Then we'll all be friends today.
What's the ultimate goal? What conditions do you need?
So it's about trying to gather a more sort of knowledge from places, something so we can work out exactly what everything was. Try bring it back to something that will give you a sense of how it operated, certain stages for its history, and because there's a part that got completely destroyed by the fire, and rebuild. We'll just stop about here. So there's parts that need to completely rebuilt. So there's an element of that will also try to preserve the sort of later history, trying to preserve this damage as well. But it's not going to
It's not to make it like food functional, it's like food functional.
not so can probably come down a wee bit further, guys. So we now stand here in the entrance tunnel, the very first defence against a potential nuclear assault. This purpose of defence and forming a formidable shield to the outside world is embedded into its very fabric here. It's constructed of 12 feet thick of concrete and steel support, and with an additional 10 feet of rock and soil piled on above to create a complete seal here to the outside.
Hold on, I'm having issues with the video. Let's see if it'll. I might have to like. Remove it. There we go.
I hope that this tunneling technique that you see here is very familiar to you. What does it remind you of? Any ideas? Any ideas? Geometry. Exactly. This tunnel here draws many of the innovations and construction techniques which we see underground, recycle. Shear tunneling. Then down at the bottom there, where we see that sharp right turn, that's what we refer to as a dogleg. And it would be known by RAF as the draft excluder. It fulfills a simple, vital purpose in deflecting the pressure nuclear bombs here to ensure that all staff remain safe in the event of a nuclear disaster. And that's an innovation that was adopted from London Underground bomb shelters, the Second World War. But I can perhaps see some scepticism on some of your faces already about this. Do you think this is the kind of facility that gets some initial ideas here that would have kept you safe in the event of an actual nuclear disaster? Any thoughts?
As long as it wasn't a direct hit.
Wasn't a direct hit. So we've got some mixed ideas. We'll come back to that question. But all I'll say for now is that for all of those who walk down this tunnel here, there's a certain sinister feeling that lingers over them. That is perhaps because walking down this tunnel, you're really leaving ordinary life below, above the surface, behind here. When those doors at the top of the tunnel sealed shut, which were designed to keep out contaminated air, that too meant even leaving daylight behind, potentially the last time. Below the surface, you would operate only with artificial light, recycled air, and the humming of machinery in the background, and staff work brutally long shifts low. All of those who came down this tunnel would be willing to leave ordinary life behind completely here, as they would be prepared to fight against potential nuclear threat in the later years of the bunker, governed in the aftermath of a nuclear disaster. As we walk down this tunnel, we follow the footsteps of RAF, WRAF, that's the Women's Royal Air Force, that's the thing at the time, and personnel would walk down here, General Post Office engineers, Royal Observer Corps volunteers, and also later Scottish Office civil servants. We'll continue to follow the treacherous road further into the bunker. One thing I forgot to say today, it's absolutely okay as we go through. Take as many photos as you like, and please do ask me some questions. The ones that I don't know the answer to are the best ones, because that'll be learning as well. So have some good questions in mind, and then we'll all good. So we need a bit of imagination, because this place was wrecked by fires as a result of things here. One of the examples here is the blast. Example is very much high, so I'm going to move over slightly. So one of the examples here is the blast. You can see a representation of them in the cutouts there. Where stands that location, the original blast was today, all that's separated from a world destruction above the surface to safety below the surface here. Behind these doors lay a world of absolute secrecy. The world bunker here operating under the official Secret Act. As a result, those who work here could not even tell their own families when on the surface here. It's completely secret, with only a select few military and government officials even knowing of the existence here of the site. To most locals, it would have remained nothing more than a hole in the ground. But as the Cold War progressed as a conflict, the comparative secrecy of the bunker and the relative safety enjoyed by those below came to become one of the most controversial aspects of the conflict, as a symbol of the rampant inequality that was gripping increasingly consumerist Britain. And although this was a time for increased prosperity for many, it would have been a time when you were able to enjoy comforts like the washing machine for the first time. Might have not been enough to distract from the fact that the going was to get tough and a nuclear disaster was actually to strike. You would be left perished above the surface. Certain important officials would be safe here on the ground. The question was here, was this fair? To many, answer was no, and they saw this as one of the most egregious aspects of conflict. To them, there had been a relief in the 1990s. These doors were torn down, opening them into this world which was previously secrecy, and to them, many of elitism. It was representative of the increased feelings of prosperity and freedom of the time, as this place transformed to a personal paradise by many and young people. But of course, you'll be curious to know, for now, although we'll get back to that, about what secret operations would have went on beneath the surface here in the bunker. As we continue your tour, I'll be sure, you know, of me folks.
Wow.
Yeah.
Looks like loads of speakers dumped in the bottom from an old rave.
And you'll gain a real sense of power, grandeur, and importance that once lingered over this operations here. At one time, this would have been the very beating heart of Scotland's air defence. Young RAF and WRAF staff, often barely 20 years old, would have worked here at plotting tables and top boards, monitoring the movements of all aircraft in the local area here, at those plotting tables and top boards here. And they would have had to determine whether an aircraft was a friend, a foe, or an unknown. That would have all been its information streamed down quickly from the radar stations at Saxon Ward, Buchan, and Inverbervie stations all across Scotland here. They had to work both quickly and with precision here. Because with information, they had to decide quickly whether they would stand down jets, prepare to scramble the interceptors, or prepare to fire even. And they'd have to work with absolute precision, because otherwise this could result in absolute catastrophe if a certain incident was to take place. They would have been accompanied here by Royal Observer or volunteers and National Service conscripts who would have phoned in visual sightings in early years of the bunker, and gradually their role would have shifted to phoning in, to reporting sightings of nuclear blast here. Precision was absolutely necessitated here in the bunker, which created a certain sense of intensity here, because every single word was jotted down by stenographers on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and we can gain a sense of the intensity that dominated the bunker on one particular incident, where there was a painter here painting the ceiling above a plotting tables with down below, and he dropped single drop paint down onto the plotting tables, and it caused an immense panic. Does anyone have any idea why? So those plotting tables were to monitor enemy aircraft. So that single drop of paint dropping onto that table, they mistook it to be an enemy aircraft, causing immense panic. So that would show you the intensity of the atmosphere dominated here, and it's years of military installation. Eventually, we moved past this use as a military installation, where the operations ground here was filled down with concrete and steel supports, leaving way for the government use of the bunker here. And with that new use, defence increasingly took a back seat. We still want to stay in that military era for the time period. So I'll give you a sense in our next route of what life would have been like below the surface in those times of military operation. Follow me.
I've been to the Portland bunker underneath Portland. And that is not as tall as that. That's the biggest one I've seen.
Massive.
It's tallest. Yeah.
It would be one of the primary sites in the UK.
Is it connected to the one in Fife?
So it's not connected, but the one in Fife is a subsidiary of the toilet. Really? So it's a lower one for the one in Fife, and this is the upper one. So it would have been information from Fife would have gone into reporting. Yeah.
Is it still? All right. A few bits were still.
Amongst a climate of such intensity throughout the rest of the bunker, it was important that staff here in the bunker should rest a little. They could have a little comfort here. But the reality is that life here in the bunker was exceedingly simple, if extraordinarily mundane here at times. That was meant simple eating arrangements, simple sleeping arrangements, and especially rather simple hygiene arrangements here.
But a space like this should have been the ladies' restroom. It's a very, very important sense, because even in such mundanity, it would have just in providing a space to have a cup of tea or just a meal, it would have distracted you from the intensity of life that clouded operations and the rest of the bunker here. But I do have a wee bit of a question. Do you think having the chance to stop in here for a cup of tea would really have been enough to distract from the pressure at potentially single-handedly stopping a nuclear bomb? I don't think I can cope with that with tea. But the reality is that life in here would have involved rather stripped back furnishings. We're thinking lockers, camp beds, tea urns and ashtrays, with the most common off-duty comforts being cigarettes, cups of tea and magazines here in the bunker. Probably not really enough again to distract from all what was going on here. But it was conditions that were endured by those young WRA workers, young women about 20 years old, who have worked here in the bunker, fulfilling a variety of important roles, including working as radar operators and clerks. It was an operation where women were very much at the centre. And we can still see the evidence of this here, with this very line here on the floor that would have separated the ladies' restroom and then the men's restroom. You notice the ladies' restroom is significantly larger than the men's restroom. Why do we think that would be? More women. So exactly. But the reason that would have been itself is because there was an expectation developed within the Second World War that radar operators would be women here. So it meant that because this is primarily a radar facility to deal with radar data here at plotting tables, for instance, they used had a larger ladies' restroom here, men's restroom. So women would have been very much at the heart of operations, as I say. But it was not to say that life was all rosy for women that worked here below the surface whatsoever. Indeed, many women would have to engage in a great deal of personal sacrifice to engage in that crucial task of fighting against Soviet bombers here. They would have had to, many of them would have grown up spending their entire life at that point in Glasgow tenements, for instance, and they would have come here for the first time, leaving their homes and families behind to engage in that crucial sacrifice, all in the name of duty. But the courage and the importance of these women were undertaking cannot be understated. And we'll see the importance of the split-second decisions that they were making as we go through the identification. Me. Watch your head if you're on the taller side as you come through. You might just not the light. It is easy to forget, in the times of the atomic age, how close we came to outright nuclear oblivion. It is here in the identification cabin that the decisions would have eventually led to a nuclear war would have been launched here. It would have been an incredibly intense environment once again. Senior military officials would have worked here in the identification cabin as information streamed in from the rest of the operation as well. And they would have to rigorously analyse the movements of aircraft to determine whether they were no threat whatsoever, they were a civilian aircraft, they were British training jets, indeed they were Soviet bombers. Then they'd have to take action. It was a task that could result in absolute catastrophe. You can imagine this being quite a loud environment. Shouting, orders shouted, logbooks filled, and telephones ringing all in the background. But amongst all of this, it was calmness, calm precision that was all that stood between vigilance and absolute catastrophe. There's a number of examples when the world came close to outright nuclear destruction. Does anyone have any off the top of their heads? Cuba. That's the most famous one, the Cuban Missile Crisis. But I'll put forward that there's another example which will highlight the importance of this identification cabin of when the world may come closer to nuclear disaster. It's the cold winter months of November 1983, and Soviet observers spot Allied jets leaving their hangars carrying nuclear weaponry there. The Allies moved their nuclear threat level to DEFCON 1, the highest level that it had reached ever, even greater than the time of the Cuban Missile Crisis. There's one problem. It's all drill. It's just a NATO training exercise. But the key thing is that Soviet observers do not see it this way. They see it as a particular threat here, where they see this as a covert guise under which a real nuclear operation can be launched. So they prepare their own weapons ready for launch. It's an identification cabins like these that would have put us all but a few decisions away in that moment from nuclear weapon actually being launched. And we can see another example of the importance of identification cabins earlier in 1983, when the Soviets shot down Korean Airlines Flight 007 here after mistaking it to be a military aircraft, leaving all 269 passengers on board dead. Would have been again identification cabins like these where they identified that particular aircraft as a military aircraft here, resulting in such catastrophe. And it shows how close it could be at any given moment to catastrophe. That was incredibly important in changing the role of facilities like these from military installations to their new governmental role. Because when nuclear destruction remained all but a few decisions away, that meant that these facilities were no longer prepared for defence, but pure survival. And we'll get to hear more of what it was like in times of potential nuclear disaster through the next group. We folks. Jumping ahead in our history of the bunker slightly, this is, if we go forward to the present, this is probably the bunker that is most famous for filming projects today. And I think you can really see why. It's an incredibly eerie atmosphere. You can see real great evidence of fires went to this building here. Eerie. Let's go back to the 1960s here. We're facing a completely different time, a new scenario where the Soviets have continued to develop their nuclear technology past the development of the hydrogen bomb. And this results in the development of the intercontinental ballistic missile. And this changed absolutely everything. This meant we were now just a short while away from a missile being launched over the Soviet Union to strike here in Britain. How long does anyone know or have any idea? How long would it be for an intercontinental ballistic missile being launched, striking here in Scotland, causing outright destruction? Any ideas? 4 minutes. Wee bit higher. 10 minutes. A wee bit higher still. Half an hour. Or wee bit more. 20 minutes. 20 minutes. All that stood between an intercontinental ballistic missile being launched and outright destruction taking place here in Britain. You can imagine it would be very difficult time to be a military commander in this period, because you would have spent all your career up until that point preparing to fight against complete destruction, to shut down threats of complete destruction. But indeed, you had to take on a new role in this period. You were about enduring. And that's why the role of facilities like this began to change toward that new governmental role, because they had a more plain and simple. It became pressingly about pure survival. That was the primary reason for facilities. This also resulted in a shift in the role of the Royal Observer, who were moved out of facility here and moved for their military operations up to a base up in Aberdeenshire, freeing this space up for governmental facilities. But they moved from identifying potential nuclear fallout, from identifying Soviet bombers above to monitoring nuclear fallout instead of new role. And this resulted in 1,500 Royal Observers for monitoring posts being built all across the UK. These would have been filled with 3 to 4 volunteers who shut down for 3 weeks here as they sought to identify that nuclear threat. To identify that nuclear threat, they used a variety of pieces of technology, one of which we call a ground zero indicator here. That was about pointing the exact location of a nuclear strike. That would have been done through triangulation of reports from 3 Royal Observers or monitoring posts, or from each of their sets of readings, you could roughly work out a rough area where a nuclear blast place. You could also use a bomb power indicator, which would give you a rough estimate of the overpressure of a nuclear bomb here. Gradually, these are phased out in favour of what we call the ordinary system. You can think of this as a primitive computer system. And I say primitive, that's really the key word, because to be honest, it really wasn't good. It took things like lightning strikes and fireworks to be potential nuclear strikes, completely unideal in situations where you're seeking to prevent potential nuclear threats. So it's probably a good thing that we didn't come to rely on too much. But what they were useful for is they meant that we could prepare a lot better. We could quickly have plans in place to launch efforts, because we could roughly know where a nuclear bomb was to strike, where it was, and how powerful it would be, which means that we could work to coordinate efforts and responses around this. And that's what this bunker becomes all about in this period. Administration, survival through administration in particular. And we'll go to the very heart of that administration through downstairs, folks. As we go downstairs, and now staircase, well, just be very careful with your coming down.
Hey, Fox.
Yeah,
I was gonna say your camera's on.
I'm trying to turn it off, but it won't turn off.
You're good here. I might have to add you to the stage.
It froze and I had to come back on here.
Oh, you're good. It does that sometimes. There you go. Try to remove your camera now.
I'm sorry I'm having technical difficulties on your first
Oh, you're
stream.
good.
Now that we're changing era and goal of the bunker, I think now's a really good time to say, if anyone's got any questions at this point again, please go through this point, and then we'll get to this new era of the bunker.
Yeah.
Anyone have any lingering questions?
It won't switch me off for some reason.
We'll get more things after that.
Try to leave and come back.
But yeah, that was that. Anything else? Okay, good.
And it might.
So, the changing role of the bunkers, it being a new centre of administration and its military role, we had no more big war rooms, big grand mats filling here the building. Instead, you would have had rooms like these small, soundproofed offices here, which would be centres of careful administration and governance here, rather than big operations theatre designed to coordinate battle instead. But we can think of this as just as crucial of a role period in which the bunker operated. It's incredible, because you've got a fundamental question. How do you even begin to think about governing in the aftermath of a potential nuclear disaster? Where do you even begin to start? And that's people who are working here in the bunker, and we're trying to find out.
I'm having technical
What we were
difficulties.
aware is this, and no real government efforts, then what would have emerged were these efforts that were coordinated with a state right anarchy about the country. You can imagine complete chaos breaking out as a result of the situation here. So what sort of government officials here would have realised is that it was important to stress that you should put in place simple.
It won't let me
by administration earlier, and that's what it really was, because being able to maintain simple but effective government services would have helped to build a baseline level for the public that could potentially have stopped outright situations of anarchy and breaking across the nation here. So staff were trained to ensure that those sensible services, resources.
It took 3 times.
We're thinking civil service staff would
I'm gonna go ahead and remove us from the
and rationing, for instance, to allow distribution of food, water, fuel, in particular here. And that was the source of that situation. Anarchy breaking. That became the primary purpose here in this period. But it's not just enough to just administer here. To come up with these big plans, 500, 600 page documents on how do you deal with a nuclear reality. You need support for your government. You need a fundamental level of legitimacy to back it. And that's where we'll get into downstairs. Because that is the other fundamental problem we need to deal with. Because how do you create a situation where your government can even be recognised in this period? For now, what we'll do is there's a great photo opportunity for all of you. You want to go through this? There's a great photo for there. We'll go through any questions, or bring your chat, and then we'll downstairs. So what we is that, as I said, this whole bunker operated under the official Secrets Act. The whole thing was secret, and this extended to use. So if you were a government worker, this would have meant you came here, you would have been confined to your particular office, you'd have a toilet nearby, and you wouldn't get to see the operations of the rest of the facility. As a result of that, anything when we try to gain knowledge, every single room in this being, the knowledge is very localized. So if we get people that work here at the facility here, they only know about their particular section they would have been working in, which makes it really difficult to construct that whole puzzle there to figure out what the whole facility was. So these are just some of the challenges you face here. We'll get into those challenges later. That's one to highlight for now. Other thing I've talked about as well, just wait a wee moment, is that the way this bunker was built was very, very interesting indeed. Well, most bunkers are traditionally built in holes sort of dug into the ground. This was built in a quarry here. It was built with that above ground building there to begin with. And when I'm talking 10 feet of soil or rocks being piled on top there, what it's doing is creating a sort of seal over the bunker there. So it's a very weird building because it would have actually been above ground and then buried effectively. So it's a bit different, which is just one of the things that we need.
I hope you're going to play for us.
Skill. Mary had a little lamb. Yeah, I hate to say the grand piano isn't original the bunk there. It's about volunteers here working on a number of creation projects here. This is from the project going on here, and this plays into sort of say studios performance. So here the operations once again. The important thing to stress here is when this became a government facility, this would have looked very different here. As I said earlier, they filled it in with concrete and steel supports here, and it became a number of government offices to deal with that governmental role of the facility and towards past the 1960s there. We can still imagine a variety of notable figures of Scottish society at the time being in there. We're thinking the Secretary of State for Scotland would have been here, senior governmental officials, senior civil service officials, to public health officials, those who were in charge of administration in the aftermath of the crisis. We'd a really busy environment. We even would have included the royal family here. They were north of the border. The thing is here, what they would have dealt with is they would have seen the country fall into rubble. Complete rubble and destruction. That they would have had to have launched a plan to govern from that level, to rebuild this country into something new from whatever degree of destruction actually took place. I talked a bit about legitimacy earlier, and what exactly I mean by that is that the regional commissioner here, the person responsible for the bunker, would have enjoyed a great deal of power here. One of the things to stress about this facility, although it is the regional seat of government for Scotland, is that if Westminster was to be destroyed, that would not just become this regional seat of government, it would become the government of Scotland, operating independently on its own. So this regional commissioner could potentially have been single-handedly responsible for Scotland. And because of that, they had a great deal of power to gain any sense of support here. They would have enjoyed the powers effectively as judge, jury, and even executioner. They would have been able to override courts, police chiefs, and even councils in such a situation here. And this resulted across the country that, well, not here, and not none of the other regional seats of government based in England, covering Wiltshire, launched particular plans to introduce corporal punishment in the event of a nuclear disaster here, to create any real sense of legitimacy and to stop a situation from complete anarchy from emerging. As I said, it was all about preventing anarchy from emerging within such period here. There's a notable story where Secretary for State for Scotland, Michael Forsyth, says that he would refuse to come here to the bunker unless he could bring his own family with him. It's quite touching. You'd want to come to this bunker with your family, survive all together. But he was told no. It seems a brutal and heartless decision, but the reality was that in times of nuclear disaster, the less people that were here in the bunker, the better. Because it was all about establishing those chains of command and systems of government, whether it be within central government, within health, within the distribution of resources, where there could be recognised authority here, so that this government could gain any sense of support. That was what it was all about here. Reality is here that in times where you were governing from the ashes, every single second counted. And we'll see once again how every single second counted through. It's the next room, folks. Unfortunately, I can't give you a demonstration. Can't really tell.
When you say Wiltshire, were you meaning caution, underground caution, or chill mark?
Not sure.
Okay, yeah. That's a good one. 25 miles of underground tunnels there, you can drive on the roads. Yeah.
It's a part of the country I'm not very familiar with. I might squeeze in a bit.
Yeah.
Squeeze up such like here.
Thanks.
This one.
These ones are here.
Yes.
So those are the installation
Okay. So here in the BBC studio, this is where, in the event of a nuclear disaster, any information regarding potential nuclear disaster will be communicated to the public. The BBC, though, Britain, promised the public just 4 minutes warning in the event of a nuclear disaster. Let's hear what a broadcast would have sounded like.
This is the Autumn Broadcasting Service. This country is being attacked with nuclear weapons. Communications have been severely disrupted, and the number of casualties to the extent of the damage are not yet known. We shall give you further information as soon as possible. Meanwhile, stay safe this way, stay calm, and stay in your own homes. Remember, there's nothing to be gained by trying to get away. By leaving your homes, you could be exposing yourselves to greater danger. If you leave, you may find yourselves without food, without water, without accommodation, and without protection. We shall be on the air every hour on the hour. Stay tuned to this wavelength, but switch your radios off now to save your batteries. That is the end of this broadcast.
As you can hear in the broadcast, they are words that the presenters brought over the air. They were quite calm, directly spoken, but incredibly chilling. Stay inside, cover your windows, don't. Would have been incredibly intense there. Most people, the reality is, would have spent those final 4 minutes before a nuclear disaster spending that time with their families. It's been final sweet moments rather than trying to actually survive the disaster. The wartime broadcasting service who put over those mess, regardless of whether you think that regardless of whether or not you would have been safe above or below the surface, the reality is much the same, that you would have certainly perished if it was not for strong communications infrastructure in the event of nuclear catastrophe. And we'll get to have a look at some of this communications infrastructure to go through it next. I'll leave it. Oops. Toxin ban. Is anyone familiar with that? Toxin ban. Toxin ban is what the Royal Observer code was, or if a nuclear disaster was actually take place. To me, though, it probably sounds more like a dishwasher valve or something. So I promise here, I'm not taking you to the rubbish pit. What I've taken you to is the very heart of communications infrastructure here in Bunkers. Earlier years. What this would have been was where this would have been the realm of General Post Office engineers and British telecom engineers here. And it was such a critical space because without strong communications infrastructure, simply nothing else could work. Here you would have teleprinters, cipher machines, and cable farms running all underneath. That would be crucial in preparing your country for a potential post-nuclear response here. You would have cable farms linked through to switchboards in Westminster to mean that government response efforts could be coordinated all across the nation, with the Westminster government still to be surviving. You could also put one through to the BBC, which would feed in any additional emergency information that needed to be broadcast out to the Scottish public. As I said, this would not be a facility that could afford to fail. So they made very deliberate efforts to make sure that it couldn't. Within this room, you would have found massive lead-acid batteries that would have been tiled to prevent against any acid spills here. You'd have also found, which we see the result, we see that massive ventilation system above here. That was an incredible thing. It could bring down the temperature of the room by 20 degrees extraordinarily quickly to ensure all the communication infrastructure would not fail. Again, it simply could not afford to. You'll see here in this room, this is one of the best rooms within the bunker because it's a room where we have so much stuff. It's great because this all comes from donation BT here. And there's plans eventually to bring this space back to life. So we once again hear the whirring, tripping of all the communications infrastructure here as part of that ongoing restoration effort. It's going to be incredible, and we're continually working to develop the bunker, as I hope you're seeing as we come through today. Now we'll head to what was the very heart of operations behind the scene in the bunker, through the plant room. Follow me, folks.
Are these leftovers from raves?
So we got data on these, and there's potential things to do with those, but we're not entirely sure. They might be part of a
Oh, right, okay.
some kind of display, but we got donated.
Oh, right. I thought the police probably yanked some people out here and they have to leave their equipment behind.
So they're banking on this facility now. Probably not the kind of facility you think might actually survive. You might have got lucky depending on the actually protect. But your chances of survival got lower and lower and lower. On, and I'll give you an example of how it happens, as well as your chances of survival might be lower here. So going here, this would once be incredible. We're in the room here, and this floor would have shone so brightly you see your own reflection in it. Here, you've also found here where this machinery was. I mean, other here, the room here, you see that entrance of some machinery is all missing or tight, and that would come from raves place in the 1990s here, where pieces of machinery would be stolen and taken away. That's why we've got lots of stuff here in this room. But one of the bright and amazing stories that's happened here at Bunker is that many people still live here in the local area today. And they come back on these tours, and they were here raving in the 1990s, but they come back and they bring that stuff with them. So that's one of the best ways they've actually got to get stuff, because this is just sitting around someone's house. So maybe we might be lucky. One of these are just on a coffee table. But no, it's all part of the history here. Another part of how did the ravers get into the such a facility? Remember that may have been through ventilation shafts, although I'm not sure how truthful that may have been, but that's one possible theory there. If that is true, you'd think that the ventilation shafts have been opening out into the outside world, which would have potentially a problem of its own, as contaminated air could maybe come in here, the bunker here. Which would create a situation where you were probably just dying very slowly here, rather than being entirely safe. So we'll take that one for pinch for now. This would have one time been the very heart of operations. The bunker has seen all the tricks and where all the ventilation would have been done. And again, it's one of the facilities that could not fail. But it's more the interesting part of the story, I think, is that very important history in the 1990s, which are really great social history. And we'll get to hear some more incredible social history. Follow me. Stop. So it's a bit of a tight squeeze in here, so just try to do your best, folks.
The emergency escaping stairs. Yeah. They're completely gone in Portland. They got rotted through.
So I need a volunteer over here. So big heavy doors here. Does anyone think they can push that one open? Get me hand.
What, the one that's locked?
The one that's sort of hanging open. Just give it a big Pretty heavy? No, you're fine now. Pretty heavy? So they are just under a ton. They're not as strong as what the doors at the front of the bunker would be, but they're still incredibly strong here. And that may have been in the 1990s, how those ravers accessed the facility here, and potentially granting access to the rest of the bunker. But moving on to the earlier history of the bunker, one of the best examples social history here comes in 1963. There's a group here called the Spies for Peace, an anti-nuclear protest group, and they cause a break-in to regional seat of government number 6, which is based in Reading, just outside of London there. They sneak in completely undetected and out completely undetected. And from that, they're able to gain some key information. They're able to gain location, all the regional seats of government, all across Britain here. They expose the network here and cause vulnerability for Britain's nuclear defence. This means that the campaign of nuclear disarmament is very much part of the bunker's legacy here, where major protest groups that left a big impact on the 1960s, where they saw this as a time of oppression against their own freedom and a symbol of inequality. The group grows in popularity to see a membership of more than 100,000 in this period. They're a major group to define the time. They would have been outside, protesting outside of the gates, bunkers up and down the country. It's a symbol of inequality. why we engage in such a limited program of bunker building here in the UK. I think it's important to first compare our approach to other countries here. In the United States, for instance, around the time of the missile crisis, President John F. Kennedy encourages a large-scale program of personal bunker building. You think the classic, dig a hole in your back garden, protect a wee bit, chuck some food in there, and call it a day. Probably not the most safe approach in terms of actually protecting you. It is one option. And another approach you see in Switzerland, where every citizen gains and self-state enjoys a constitutional guarantee to be registered for a particular bunker. This resulted in major bunker taking place across Switzerland, which were massively communal. You see one for instance, a nuclear bunker that can store up to 20,000 people. It's absolutely massive facility there. The reality here is in Britain, we sort of realised that we're kind of doomed. So we didn't do very much. The focus was about maintaining that governmental administration and legitimacy, as I said. So it was all about protecting a very select few people to govern what was left of the country afterwards. We noticed, and this really answered the question put forward at the very beginning, that these kind of facilities did not have much chance. So you would put your hope in maybe a couple across the country, maybe coordinate the whole thing there. But you almost certainly would perish where you're above ground, even below ground. So it's all of doing what you possibly could. We'll now go to put the final bits of the story together. Hear about what happened beyond governmental and military use of the bunker. Hear about what was going on in the 1990s, and then also hear about the incredible restoration being done here at the bunker. So we'll go through our final songs. One of the things you can see if you go through a bunker here, you can see graffiti. Not That's been incredibly well preserved, which we look to preserve as part of the complete history of bunker. I've been doing it for many years.
Looks like a new game show.
It really does. I've been trying to work on it reminds me. You've got it back on. So told you a lot about how this was personal paradise here in the 1990s. But the good times had come to an end. Since bunker was devastated by fire. Have a wee look around this room and you might be able to see where the fire started. Yeah. Over in the corner there. That's where the fire would have started. There's a variety of theories. Started. Realists were not entirely sure what actually began the fire. But the fire itself is absolutely devastating for the bunker. It burned days in total. The fire brigade were unable to put it out. Because if you think of this bunker facility, it's incredibly unsafe to fight fire underground. It would sweep you away. So as soon as they established there was no one under the ground here, they had to leave the site to burn. And that's really devastating the site. By the time the volunteers began the restoration effort here, the site is incredibly unsafe in a number of ways. There's lots of rubble to be cleared, and bits that are entirely unstable to walk on, asbestos, well, and where fire burns so hot that even glass is pulled up all the floor. It's actually sort of blessing in disguise. Using glass, you could sort of map where the location rooms were. Originally, they were also able to reconstruct fallen staircases to stabilize the facility to make this an entirely safe place. Yeah, incredible effort that's still very much ongoing. We're coming along this tour today. You're directly supporting those restoration efforts and the incredible work that our volunteers are doing here to bring this back to life. Bit by bit, or preserving every single layer of its history. I hope today I've been able to give you a good sense of that history, because this brings us to the very end of our tour. So thank you so much for listening today. I hope you've been able to learn something. If you have any questions or any feedback after this, I will be absolutely delighted to answer. One thing I'd like to really stress is this is only the third weekend operation of this particular format. So one thing to do, so more people can see this in the moment, try and leave a review, please. Leave a review with what we want to do. Remember, my name is Logan. If you want to mention my name, even if you have to do it before you forget, try and leave a review. That's the one thing that's really at the moment. But really, do thank you so much. I'll answer some questions and tell you a little bit more about our volunteer people here before we go long enough. On this last you all ready to head up, folks? Let's go. So I said I'd say about volunteers here. How the system works, we work for about 3-4 months stints here. They stay in the caravan accommodation just outside once you go out. They do about 20 hours of work 1 week, and in return they get free things. So we've got a really great community of volunteers here. Learn a number of skills, develop those skills, and use their skills all through this place back to life. Really extraordinary. Got going here.
Are you actually piping in the sounds of the air conditioning system? Was that, or was it actual air? You've got to get airflow going through there. I was going to say piping in the sounds. Yeah. Do we get to see the old radar rooms, or is that not really ready yet?
It's not entirely ready yet.
Oh, yeah, of course.
We've been like in the bed.
Oh, right, okay.
That may one day.
Power rooms?
Different other businesses.
Oh, right, I see. Yeah, okay. Drakelow. Have you heard about that one? Drakelow, that's absolutely huge. I mean, it takes you about 2 hours to walk it at a good pace. It's pretty big. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Hope you've enjoyed. And you can leave a review once again.
Will do. Thanks very much.
Yeah, just let around there.
Actually, I'll do that as well. Cheers, mate. Bye. Toilets down here somewhere, but we're getting to actually see a bit that isn't part of the talk, so why not? Radar rooms. This is toilet. Huh? Quick, let's run through. Look. Quick. Where's the toilet? I don't know where the toilet is. Where could the toilet be? Where could the toilet be? Ooh, look, there's the toilet over there. Hang on. Oh my god. Look, more rooms. Anyway. Not supposed to be down there. I think it's in there. Well, yes, but I use it as an excuse. Perhaps, yeah. I use it as an excuse to get lost. On purpose. I should be ashamed of myself pulling tricks like that. Anyway, don't subscribe, and definitely do come to the bunker.
Oh, sorry, I forgot to unmute myself. So, what'd you think of it?
I think that is one of the few videos that allow people free access to understand how things were working in a most tense part of history.
Hell yeah, it was. It was very, very tense time those times. Yes.
And did you notice towards the end that there was still things I don't think the government allowed the tour guide to show us?
Oh
Like there was
yeah.
still some top secret stuff.
Oh yeah. Always is.
Because if you notice, he said that there was radar something over there.
Yeah, it wasn't ready yet. They were still restoring it, That type of stuff. All right. So I think the next thing I'm gonna show
But it
will.
also conveyed how volatile things were.
Oh yes. I think we'll do a little bit Lost Battlefields with Tino Struckman. My bad. Let's get that on the screen so everybody can see. There we go. Lost Battlefields with Tino Struckman. Like and subscribe to his channel. Check it out. But we're gonna go ahead. I'm gonna remove that. Put us back on the screen. And I'm gonna find where, because yeah, we're gonna watch the last Nazi secret Project Ariza. What are the facts on the ground? Episode 3. So I'll get that on the screen so y'all can see it. There we go. Let's add that. It's going to be the third video down because we already saw the second one. So I'm going to get that pulled up. I figured out how to mute the sound out of that. So we ain't got to really deal with that. And I'm gonna be honest, you'll find this series a pretty good series. If you're interested in the history of the Nazis, it's a good series. I don't know if you find that stuff fascinating, Fox.
I do. I enjoy history.
Oh, I do too. It's good. It's good stuff. So here we go. I'm gonna go ahead and play it now. Let me put the sound back on. Let's get that. All right. So excuse me. Here we go. I'm gonna go ahead and play that.
I have studied World War II history, tactics, battles, fortifications, all of my life. I was in the army, I lectured on German and Russian tactics. And I thought I knew everything and all of the important parts of that war. A war that permanently changed the world. So much new world-changing technology was created then. Much of it in secret German facilities, hiding underground and run by the SS. In this series, I'm trying to uncover the still classified and secret special programs run by the SS, separating fiction from fact by following the documents and the credible human sources, comparing it to what is actually on the ground. During the war, SS Special Projects and Weapons Manufacturing Research was led by SS General Hans Kammler. He had huge underground excavations going on in Germany, Austria, Poland, Czechoslovakia, an entire special research team only under his supervision and that of the SS. Now, for the most part, post-war, these are labeled as basic underground factories for MB-262s or rockets, and some for potential new headquarters for Hitler. But that is too simple of an explanation, and it seems to cover the truth of what was really going on in these places. Especially if we begin to compare the various files that have come to light since then. They paint a vastly different picture of what was really going on, such as wartime documents from AEG that describe special projects decisive to the German war effort, as well as briefings to Hitler, which describes progress and expected start dates of operations of such as the Riese project. Now, this is telling me that this could not just have been another headquarters. Over the next two episodes, I will try to break down the Riese project, walk the locations, and give you all a better idea of what it looks like, so together we can find out what actually might have happened and what was planned. Certainly, entire factories were moved underground into tunnels, such as the Door Mittelbau was one of such projects, where the B-262 production moved into existing tunnels in order to shield them from Allied bombing. I visited Door Mittelbau because it is one location where we know for a certainty that large rockets and jet fighters were produced. And after the war, we know that the Russians blew up the ends of the tunnels, leaving them looking pretty much like they look today. Do make a note of how a large destroyed tunnel entrance looked like. We'll get back to these later. Also remember the Dor-Mittelbau facility was where Kamla had left his second-in-command to hand over the entire facility intact, with all the scientists from Peenemünde to the Americans, which happened. They handed them over to the same U.S. Third Army under General Patton, who also liberated Pilsen and the vast Skodewerke and the Jonsdal tunnels, just a few miles away from where the SS had developed and possibly tested several nuclear devices. So what was the Lisa project? In the mountains of Lower Silesia, today Poland, they dug 9 separate tunnel systems. They were constructed underground by the use of huge amounts of forced labor. One of them was under the Castle Fürstenstein. For each location, a concentration camp was built, 13 subcamps in all, and a hospital. They were all drawing labor from the Großhausen main camp. Over 13,000 slave laborers worked on the Lisa project. Now, this does not include the forced laborers or skilled laborers and construction crews. An enormous amount of money was spent, and resources were used here in this relatively small area. Local factories were taken over, power plants, mines, and castles as well. And at least 5,000 slave laborers died during the construction of the Lisa. Oberbauleiter Lisa was in effect. Roads were constructed, tunnels were dug, bridges were built. And according to Albert Speer, on June 20, 1944, over 28,000 people were working on the Lisa project, making it the biggest in wartime Germany. The construction was initially too slow, and the SS and Tod organization took over under the supervision of Chief Engineer Franz Xaver Dosch. According to witnesses in 1945, an order was given for more prisoners to be brought in deliberately to mask the work that had been done and make it appear incomplete. This in the face of the war being slowly lost and the Russians approaching. In February, some of the sites were evacuated, while others continued to work right up until May 6, 1945, 2 days before the Russians took over the area. One of the officers in charge was named Anton Dolmos. He was either SS or Luftwaffe. He remained and offered the Polish government plans for the tunnels. He lived in the area for a while, and then he vanished to the west. From him, we know some of what was expected to have happened here. One of the largest tunnels is the Osufka Saufenwasser complex. It is 750 meters above sea level, with 4 large tunnel entrances, internal guard rooms, and some completed sections that can still be seen today. Contemporary witnesses describe how underground rooms and stairs have been covered up. And above ground there are some very mysterious buildings that we'll look into further with the help of experts. Much of what we also know from here came from Albert Speer's ministry files. One in particular describes how Hitler was briefed constantly on the Lisa project, and he took a keen interest in this project in particular. These documents also mention adjacent secret projects and their progress. And remember, von Arden testified that he had installed several cyclotrons in the Riesa location, not to mention Jakob Spornberg's post-war testimony of having evacuated, well, something he did not even know what quite was. The German Reich was also here in force, setting up underground bunkers, and by 1944, 431 kilometers of communication cables have been laid here. Do remember, von Arden's nuclear research lab was co-funded by the Reichspost as well. On September 15, 1943, Albert Speer, Xaver Dorsch, and Leon Müller, construction superintendent, met as Hitler had decided to build a new headquarters in Lower Silesia. The Foreign Ministry was already represented here at the Castle Fürstenstein along with the Tod organization, and of course the SS was ever present. It is confirmed by German historian Professor Franz W. Scheidler that both Hitler's new headquarters and a huge underground industrial facility was to be built here in the Aue Mountains. From 1944, SS Hauptsturmführer Dr. Siegfried Schmeichel, architect, supervised the entire works. Do remember the Henge location in Ludwigsdorf was not included in the Lisa plans, and the SS had already moved into this area before.
German quality. This was used special cement from Italy. High quality cement.
Standing here at the entrance, you can feel the cold air. It's chilly down there. So did the Germans destroy the original entrances, or? So this is original.
Here was one engine. And with the line, put the wagons from outdoor here.
So this is what it looked like, or has it been filled up, or? I mean, it's been reinforced. The reinforcing is new. This.
Yeah.
Well, that's what we're talking. And then probably.
First Soviet position.
Here's the first leg of fire. Inside a bunker entrance. I think you all need to remember that is rather important. So inside the bunker, and here you have the machine gun position. But not, which is a weird place to put it. When I say that, here's the other one. So there you have one machine gun safety. You have one guard there, pointing into a wall, which means something passed him there that was important.
Whoa. What's that? I just built a budgeting app in base 44. Guys, Nina just built an app.
Impossible. Nina can't code. Interesting. Can it generate reports?
It can now.
So you're saying we can all build apps now?
Yeah.
I'm on lunch.
I gotta be in my office. Just built an inventory tracker.
Protein calculator.
A workflow manager.
Tracks who still owes for the group lunch.
Trash, DD, sketches.
Since no one seems to care.
I just created a goal tracking system.
We built the same thing, didn't we?
Yep.
Can this thing manage contact?
I want to animate this graphic.
Profesor de español.
Inter-office dating app.
For dogs. For office dogs. You know what I mean?
Thinking about Slin? We're here to help you take the next step.
For proving all people that are coming into underground.
So there's a tunnel under here.
My apologies about the commercial. I walked away for a sec.
That is now collapsed or destroyed.
Yeah, destroyed.
Because he would,
Go up there.
People have to go past him and not just run to this way. I'm surprised there's no one sitting facing that way, or facing that way. This is another exit, or is that a tunnel?
That's under technical tunnel. For workers. But finally, it must be this tunnel must be higher.
So people would come in from that's the regular entrance once. Then they would have to come check in and go this way if they had to go do something serious.
Going.
That way, technical, and is there just a
All right, bet.
second check?
Must be. Install some gas-proof doors. Gas-proof and air move.
This actually is built up. This is not just carved out. This is built up with cement in between. Now these slabs are interesting. Is this mirrored? That's all right.
Second gun position.
It's literally like seeing a pillbox built inside. You see the same. You have the arches here, and then
Thank you for your patience.
You're good.
this is where the classic defensive position.
Yeah, the position.
Yep. Straightforward, very simple. Checkpoint. With
Ground.
so the electrical cable will come through here. We know. So and here's again serious hinge door. And we're back in this room. Access panels run for the above. Steel door into what was in there?
Connect
Two other tunnels.
with the tunnel.
Okay.
This higher part is corridor for all installations, water, ventilation.
So that all ran right there.
Yeah.
And this is the third section. And this here ahead of us, that's so you had a small access tunnel, I'm guessing. Or as we call storage. This is the end of the tunnel, or is this?
Now remember Speer's briefing to Hitler that parts of the Lisa Project tunnels had been completed, and something could begin from that November. They were already building and digging as hard as they could, so what was that something that may already have begun? Now, if you compare this to the tunnels under Wolf's Lair over Salzburg, you'll find this is far, far bigger. This is a completely different look and feel. This is much more industrial and somehow feels more secure.
So here's a room.
Here we can see the strike part.
This from the other side. Ah. I get it. I have no idea what the camera does, but I get it. So that was blown. What do you have the doors down here? That would have to be a third option. In there in the dark. Now, I see your steps upstairs. Why am I seeing steps up? I'm very surprised. This is how we found it. Looking at these. On the wall, those pillars down there. Follow the road a little bit. Of course, there is the platform. I'm very confused. The underground tunnel is now going down. It's very unusual. So mining is going on very well. There's something at the other end. So tunnels shoot off to the side. So did they mine as well? Yeah. Did they mine do mining for material?
Material.
Yeah, they mine coal or?
No, thanks.
They only mine the stone here.
Yeah.
I'll tell you a secret. You don't need machine guns to protect people who are mining stone. You really don't. So, ding, 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 ding. We're back to that again. Some of the original bills, I'm guessing, or some of the bills similar. Oh, this was where the ships are, for the sailing tour. So all these are filled with water.
Extreme trust. This was really important for Nazi engineers. Yeah.
Yes, it was.
This place, underground, can save in the case when Russians or American use the atomic bomb. Yeah.
They actually expected that might happen.
Yeah.
That's what they wanted for a bomb at the beginning of the war. So being 40, 50, 60 meters underground, we're in pretty good shape down here. What do we have here? They were going to build rockets here? Was that the idea? But nothing was built here that we know of? Nothing was made here? It was abandoned before? This is something else. See the bare rock out there, and then the wood support.
There is really interesting that technology of bonus holes.
I have a question.
You can ask me anything.
Where did we
And full stop for a minute. We are passing triple machine gun positions, gas-tied doors, and what look like collapsed tunnels that could possibly lead down to underground. And you have these huge halls, and this is an enormous complex. And you're telling me this is going to be a bunker for Hitler? I am not buying it.
Another wet tunnel. This is my idea of a romantic getaway. Okay. Okay. So a bunker structure inside. This actually looks reinforced. This is reinforced. There's rebar here. And there's rebar on the wall. This is purpose-built. This drain canal I've never seen before. What was canal? But why like that? This we get less radiation in here than anywhere so far on this entire trip.
I've also seen a lot of German tunnels and never any access ports like this.
they are.
When they are different, I think they are made for special planet equipment. Yeah.
And the roof was heavy enough to carry something. And the same thing here, the roof is actually full of holes that are here for a reason.
Yeah. Here, this holes are typical, yeah? For normal, usual installation.
Yeah.
But here, no. This is another here. Yeah.
I mean, could it be an access tunnel where you can have cranes? Or something to lift?
I think here can be some dispatching room. Dispatching room for all this object. Maybe for rocket platforms. Yeah.
This is another very large tunnel. So this is what you would need to build.
Here is entrance number 2.
And that's big enough for vehicles.
And when the works will be ready, the tunnel will be big, high, 10 meters, and wide, 6-7 meters. Yeah. It's now place for some platforms with rocket. Yeah. They can be goes out, goes on the position on this mountain. Yeah. And can be ready in maybe 40 minutes.
That's right. What is this?
No.
What's in here?
It's modern.
Yeah. Oh, this. But not this. This too.
No. Modern.
Yeah, that. But this.
No. This is like this steel elements of walls. Yeah.
These are the original. And the red brick? No. Yes. The red original.
Now, certainly towards the end of the war, the V-2 rocket and the Heinboden rocket had been perfected to the point where it could, in theory, be used as a battlefield weapon. However, Moscow is more than 1,000 miles away, and it seems unlikely that even if you could assemble and position rockets in these tunnels, wheel them out, fire the rockets, and potentially hit Moscow with one of them, even with a tactical nuclear weapon at the tip. It is just not enough. It seems unlikely that this much effort was put into something that only fires small rockets or missiles. And these tunnels are not big enough for what would eventually be known as the A-10 or the America Rakete. So what were they doing here? It had to be something else. Besides the possibility of protecting dignitaries and state departments and Hitler himself, there must have been something bigger. A lot of industrial infrastructure has been put in place here, communications, but there's something else. There's something missing. So much resources were spent here. Again, imagine Germany is fighting England actively and they are invading. The cupola only had 1,400 people working on them. Here, so much more was spent, and yet I'm not seeing it in the tunnels.
Yeah. First step was making top part. Yeah. Second step. In second step was make this lower level corridor. Third step. This side. Start in the year 1943.
So all this was wartime construction, nothing before. So we're definitely not buying the walk. We're not buying the rock story. We're not buying the mining rock story. That might have been a good byproduct, I'm guessing. I mean, if you're going to mine, if you're going to dig a factory underground, that's great. If you can dig a factory underground where you can use the material for other things, you have double purpose. Make sense?
Exists really big net of corridors, like a brick Dora in German. But these corridors, these tunnels are lower.
Are these tunnels the same size as Dora, or is
No.
lower?
Dora is bigger. Place to produce rockets V2. But it's possible to produce some parts of this rocket.
And they were not finished. I mean, they weren't finished building just because the war decided to end. It wasn't their plan to be finished.
The final plan we go down. Big bunker. Underground city or underground town. For 20,000 people.
That was what Albert Speer was planning for this place?
Yeah, Albert Speer. His memory. Yeah.
So Albert Speer himself was here. He must have been here, since he had plans for it. He wrote about it in his book.
Small times. If you would visit this place.
I need to reread his book.
Memories.
I know, it's like 800 pages long. So there's another part of this. Is it built or is it planned? Okay.
And on the ground are the overground buildings. From Albert Speer, that's these objects must be ready in the year 46. So maybe in the year 46, Hitler will to use atomic bomb. Yeah?
Scribe is how you stop explaining the same thing over and over and over. Watch this. It'll change your life. Raise your hand if you told your...
Here was the information that in the complex river was died for 4,800 people.
You drill holes, stick in dynamite, blast that, clean out. Are we going up? This is the only tunnel I've been in so far, where all we have done is walk up. This is a very new experience for me. Yes, I am joking a little bit. It's a whole new perspective when you realize how many people died building this, and how many resources were put into building this. And it keeps coming back to the question, why? They were already manufacturing ammunition. And you could do that faster above ground. You could produce more ammunition faster sitting in tents in the forest than doing this to do it. So clearly, ammunition is not just it, and rock painting is certainly not it. So yes, there's much more to this. Speaking of much more to this, what am I looking at?
The original equipment, from this location.
These are the same electrical conduits that we found in the rail station. This is for. I'm guessing you still find bits and pieces all the time.
No. Original wagons.
Okay. Of course, you would need them to excavate, people mining rock shit out. That thing is still rolling.
Yeah.
75 years later. Gotta say about the Germans. They make it work.
And it sounds. Yeah. It can working today. In 1,000 years. But air was transported to the mine walls where the people are working.
There's a lot more work going into an underground bunker than people think, or underground anything. I don't think people really understand how much it takes just to run a pillbox with air, gas suppression. So Italian and Czech companies worked with the total organization building this. And which makes sense because
not prisoners. Prisoners are making very simple works. Yeah. Like transport of rocks and
the hard labor stuff.
Yeah. Mine works are making with specialists. Yeah.
And they were actual civilian companies from Czech and from Italy. Just like the tool company. The tool organization always hired local companies or businesses to come and do. And then of course they would offer them the use of slave labor because that's cheaper, and that's kind of what the SS did.
And here down the road, outside the caves, is the very reason why I wanted to show you what the one Mittelbau looked like. Christoph always had a suspicion, but take a look at what a known tunnel collapse looks like.
And there's rubble strewn all over the place, collapsed in front of the hole. And there was two railroad tracks leading here, so this is clearly where the rockets were produced and came and went. But you see all the rubble that's collapsed, rolled downhill. This looks very similar to what we found in Lower Silesia. What would be the destroyed tunnel entrances.
And a tunnel. Yeah. I'm not sure. Look at this.
And that little alcove in the dig is now hidden by trees that are easily younger than 70 years. But yes, I see what you're saying. If this had been eroded by nature, it wouldn't come down in this many pieces. All these pieces is not natural. Now, if you explode front of something, you get pieces.
If we found some concrete, we have answer. Yeah. It's possible to found some pieces of concrete.
I mean, you know how look at this. If you have something like this, this looks like a. I mean, I've seen steel, or explosives. But that looks like this was tooled. I mean, of course, a stone can break, but this feels like it could have been. Damn. I don't know. It's just flat surface under this rock as well. It just I see corners that look a little unnatural, and rocks that collapse on top of each other is also rather suspect.
It can be make it with tools. Yeah.
If you blew up the entrance to a tunnel, it would be the pieces from the tunnel would be underneath. Because that's. But this looks so.
This rock is nice. It's nice.
Gonna have to bring some and frame it.
It's really good cover.
This would be a good place to work.
From the radiations. Yeah. Any radiations.
I mean, I would have no problem believing there would be a tunnel in here.
Yeah.
Because of the way this rock had been blown. You have this little hole that is unnatural. This is already this is shaped as an entrance to begin with, in a little U shape. And then in the middle of the U shape, you have all these smaller pieces of rock that looks exactly like they would if you stuck in a bunch of explosives from the top and then blew the entrances. Which means maybe there are drill marks from above. Nice as well. But is that flat surface man-made? Very flat. See if up here, this would mean a little bit of a rappelling job. See if you can find something. This will not hurt me. These woods are full of places like this that look like exactly what they look like. I've seen bunkers blown up in many different ways. And if they're up high, this is usually what it looks like.
For thousands of years, we've walked in what the earth gave us: leather, hide, skin, natural materials, breathable, flex.
I can only tell you guys what I can see because a lot of these parts the Polish government will not allow excavation. But granted, nature makes a lot of different shapes. But this is clearly a little alcove on the side of the road that looks like it's been dug into the mountain. And if the alcove, mind the expression, had collapsed onto itself, there'd be a lot more rock. So there was a little U-shape here. If there were several tunnels, as it looks like, there's one wall, and it digs in for a good 30 meters. Then it flattens out for about 50 meters, and then comes to an end, crops out about 30 meters again. I will start working on paperwork for allowance to do more research, and I'll reach out to what friends I have with the Russian archives, because I think that is where a lot of these secrets are to be found.
In the places where
So this was prisoner barracks. What, did they work here as well? Was that for work or living? They built concrete.
And every day are going from here to Osovka to work.
So this was a concrete footing and then wood and everything else. The building was made of wood. When I was in Poland recently and I looked at on East Wall, they had prisoner barracks with foundations just like this. But here we're on the foundation of one of the prisoner barracks. These are also prisoners from Holzhausen that had been sent here to work. Were these technically skilled, or was this more just slave labor doing the heavy work?
On the simple works.
Do we know if anybody survived from here?
Yeah.
They did.
Nobody was asking these people about this. What's happened here? All the people are going free to home and
didn't want to hang around and do tours.
Interested with this story.
Of course not. If you were here as a slave laborer, you don't really want to hang around. Oh, rock crushers. Oh, really? So they brought the rock out here and destroyed it, crushed the rock here to make it into smaller pieces that could be transported. That does make sense.
Yeah, and going trail, small train, right.
Yeah.
Down. Go the materials
going up.
Going up. Yeah.
That does seem a lot more expedient than having people carry it.
What we're looking at here are the remnants of an extremely efficient building machine. All the building materials and cement was coming up the mountain on conveyor belts, processed, and then transported through tunnels and holes into the main tunnels where building would take place. The rocks and debris from the tunnels were being carted out in rail cars or again on conveyor belts and turned into rolled construction material.
Like this.
What is
You
this?
can see more of the history and story of functionality, how goes it? Yeah.
So this was the bottom of the conveyor belt with the engine, I'm guessing. Maybe.
With the line.
The foundation of the line. And then the engine was sitting here.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Mounting elements for engines.
It's really impressive how much was here. What's even more impressive is that we know so little about it. And so many people died here making this, and we don't even know what happened. It is the very least thing we can do for all the people who died here is try to figure out what happened and why.
Now, walking the Lisa Project locations today, I'm running into a problem. One of math. When I see these locations, and I know that on September 22nd, 1944, Albert Speer informed Hitler that 28,000 workers were currently working on the Lisa Project. 150,000 Reichsmarks had been spent. 257,000 square meters of steel-reinforced concrete, and 213,000 square meters of tunnels. 58 kilometers of roads, 6 bridges, 100 kilometers of pipelines had been laid. However, today, the total volume of these facilities does not exceed 100,000 square meters. Rough calculation gives us the amount of concrete used, figures about 70,000 square meters. You compare this to the data provided by Speer, we are missing over 100,000 square meters of tunnels and 180,000 square meters of concrete. Where did this go? Work on the Bauvorhabe S3 was carried out in the strictest of secrecy. The 35 square kilometer area was completely sealed off. Sperrgebiet, you were only allowed with a special pass, and the work went on 24 hours a day. However, there's more. The Germans who lived in the area before the war did later testify that certain parts of this area was forbidden entry from before 1943. Mr. Stanislav Schulga, a former laborer, testified that he was brought into the camp at Kolcha at the end of 1942 and sent to work on a tunnel excavation, probably in Osovka. An Italian mining specialist living in Dushka stated that he came to the area in 1935 and was initially employed at the quarry as Grushka. But in 1937, after signing a secrecy waiver, he was transported along with several other mining specialists several times a week to the Soviet mountains near Vostok, where he worked on tunnel excavation. Now, I wonder why the official story wants us to recognize 1943 as the starting date for the Riese, when something clearly started long before that, according to many witnesses that could still be found and have testified after the war. According to Helena Putlin, born in Berlin, she stated that in 1938 the forests on the slopes were already fenced off.
Roads that branch off everywhere, up into the woods, guard towers, access control. Well, this one looks a little strange with the opening facing outwards. That's why it's making me think it might have been placed here. And on the remains of another small gauge railroad leading into the tunnel. If you think that they wheeled things into the mountains, hid them there, trucks of gold going in, then you blew up the back part of the mountain, so nobody could find it. That can't be. Let me explain to you why. When you dig into rock, you can tell where the rock begins, where it ends, where it's been dynamited and cleared out or not. So if you go into a tunnel and you blow it, it'll be full of rubble, not solid rock. So anybody looking for anything they think you hid behind there, they'll know this is where it's looking. They'll remove the rubble and find your precious tunnels. And you know what? They weren't that dumb. They knew that if they hid it in a tunnel and just sealed it by blowing it, it would be found. Unless, of course, you blew the outside of the mountain, planted some grass and trees in front of what you blew, dirt on top. That would have been easier to hide.
And in 1947, Sykwinew Moshinich, editor of the Polish Word, he wrote a series of reports on trips to the area where he himself describes the underground city, barracks, the SS city, now decaying and unpreserved. Together with them, a huge amount of cement was deteriorating. There were still 10 million paper cement bags of 50 kilograms each left on the site. And the number is the best evidence of the enormity of the planned structure. And by then, already 100 train wagons with 15 tons of cement each had already been taken away by the Russians. So clearly, something was being built here that we cannot find or see today. According to surviving witnesses, the few there were, towards the end, 100 to 200 prisoners were used to hide or disguise underground rooms and stairs where after they were killed. Immediately upon their arrival, the Russians sealed off the area, just like they did in Ludwigsdorf, and shipped out everything they found back to Russia. I wanted to put things in perspective. More people work here on der Riese than in Dor Mittelbau and La Cupola and Bergkristall. And yet there's no signs of much they did, except half-finished tunnels. That does not add up.
I think there's a fairly strong possibility we're looking at a heavy water production facility.
Now we will go and I will show you a room for Hitler.
Fox?
I'm here.
All right. I was just gonna say, how was that? What'd you think?
I liked it, but whatever the Nazis were hiding, they hid properly because it seemed like there, other than it looked like an excavation of minerals. I don't feel like that's what it was. I think that it was more of a visual tale to hide what they really wanted to hide.
I agree. They were they were hiding something, and
Because at
you'd
the
see
end, they said
hide.
they used the natural resources of the green earth to hide in plain sight what they wanted to hide.
Yeah, it's crazy, dude. Like they really, and they're not stupid. Oh no, I'm German myself, and let me tell you, we are not stupid. Oh no, no,
They're
no.
very intelligent, but the way they were using the mining cards, it made it look like to make the world look like they were stupid.
Yeah, you had to. They knew what they were doing, dude. They did. They're very intelligent. It's amazing, absolutely amazing. Like the Nazis are crazy. I will say that. Now I believe I was going to do a murder mystery that one, and then my lunch break, and then Area 52. So I have to find um that channel. I forget what it was called. Oh, Explore with Us. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and pull that up so the viewers can see. That is Explore with Us. Check out their channel. They do a lot of, I mean, in the beginning, they did do some like exploring of Area 51 and went to the Storm Area 51 event. I think that whole thing was just stupid. Like, why would you want to storm Area 51? You're not getting it. And secondly, all the stuff, like the interesting stuff, is not on the surface. So you wouldn't see shit. There's nothing really. You wouldn't see nothing. I mean, what do you think, Fox?
I feel like they were naivety to realize that if people like they did with what we saw in the last video was if people really wanted to hide something, they knew how to hide it properly.
Oh yeah, I gotta find that one video. I think it was like, uh, the one where you said that basically, uh, oh right, he asked about his Xbox. I'm trying to find the fucking video. I played the OnlyFans mom. That was just wild. There's something wrong with these people. Dang, I cannot find it now. Well, I'll have to find a different one. I don't know. What is a good one? I don't really know what to play for this. Oh, you know what? I'll do their like early stuff. Like, you know what? I'm feeling a little something less gruesome tonight. I don't know. What do you think, Fox?
I don't know what's on the table because I don't want to say the wrong thing, and you're like,
Yeah, no.
why are you saying something inappropriate?
Oh
For
no,
what?
that wouldn't happen. I'm thinking. Speaking of the Area 51 topic, I might actually do.
Because, like you said on that murder mysteries, they can get very exotic.
Like
I'll say it nicely.
real. I'll say it gets very real. Like very real very quickly, and some of them aren't good. Yeah, I think we'll do some Area 51 stuff. I just gotta find something good. Yeah, you know what? I'll do we'll do this one. Good ad. Gotta love it. Alright, here we go. Oh yeah, I also forgot to add his channel is Uncanny Expeditions. So I'm gonna go ahead and play that now.
Welcome back to Uncanny Expeditions. It's good to be back. So today I'm going to take you guys along on my favorite pastime, and that is heading out into the desert and exploring a secret facility that's rumored to house UFOs. And actually, I'm not talking about Area 51 this time, although it is closely related. Today, I'm out here in a remote stretch of the Mojave Desert. I'm going to be exploring a high-security site called the Hellendale RCS, or Radar Cross-Section Facility. This facility, owned and operated by Lockheed Martin's legendary secret project division, Skunk Works, is where some of the most advanced and exotic aircraft are brought out to be tested and have their radar signature measured by a huge array of radar dishes. They really built this facility with secrecy as a top priority. In fact, it contains a massive underground storage and aircraft prep facility with a huge silo that extends at least 200 feet below the surface. A huge, very distinctive looking pylon comes up from below the ground and hoists the classified aircraft up in the air while the tests are completed. They have these radar arrays at the opposite end of the range that they blast the aircraft with radar, and they measure its stealth capabilities. The fact that the aircraft are kept in the underground prep facility and the pylon extends from below the surface. This allows them to keep the aircraft away from the prying eyes of spy satellites and also weirdos in the desert like me. Rumors have long swirled about UFOs and black projects related to this skunkworks facility. Some say there's a continuity of government bunker or even subterranean tunnels that lead to other secret facilities like Area 51 and other what they call deep underground military bases or DUMBs. I don't know about all that, but regardless of the rumors, its location and secrecy are perfect for hiding advanced next-generation stealth aircraft, advanced UAVs, or who knows, maybe even something more out of this world. So my goal after I check out the perimeter of the facility is I'm going to head up into the hills above the facility and hopefully be able to camp up there. I'm going to see what kind of interesting things I can see overnight. I brought my night vision, my spotting scope, a couple other cool goodies. So yeah, it should be a pretty fun time.
One thing I've started taking more seriously lately is bicycle and motorcycle security. I've started carrying around this light lock with me. These guys make some of the best locks in the industry. If you're in the market for a good bike and motorcycle lock, I highly recommend it. They actually gave me a discount code I can give you guys too, so I'll link that down in the description. All right, I'm hitting the first in the network of trails that I'll be taking. There are a few ways to make the approach. I'll be coming at it from the north this time. I'm still several miles out, but I should be in visual range here within the next 10 minutes or so of riding. So this facility, the Lockheed Hellendale RCS, was first constructed back in 1983 and later expanded in 1985. The fact that it was conceived at the height of the Cold War contributed to its secret nature and stringent security measures, being able to quickly hide classified projects underground to avoid Soviet spy satellites primarily. Even to this day, the underground aircraft prep facility and the retractable pylon are still alive and well, and their main focus, I'm sure, is avoiding Chinese spy satellites, as well as the prying eyes of anyone in the public who happens to be out here. What I've read suggests they bring the classified test aircraft out in the dead of night, and not much activity happens out here during the day. The underground entrance looks pretty crazy when you see an aerial shot of it. In addition to the underground silo and pylon, you'll see the facility has an array of hangars and storage buildings, as well as various radar dishes used to perform the test. Before the test site was built, the site was home to the Hellendale Airport, actually, and one of the old runways is still there. It's still maintained by Lockheed, and it's used for night operations. It's well lit. I've hit the more well-traveled road now. As you can see, this one is wide and hard-packed. I can tell it's used by heavy trucks quite frequently. If I had to guess, I'd say this route is used by trucks carrying the airframes and other equipment out here whenever they're approaching from Highway 58 to the north. The Lockheed Hellendale RCS is not the only RCS facility here in the Antelope Valley. In fact, there are two more. The former McDonnell Douglas facility, which has been sold, I believe, and the Northrop Tejon facility, which from what I looked up suggests it's been out of regular use since 2011 and may actually now be totally abandoned. The Lockheed one that I'm going to now is still as operational as ever, though. All of these RCS facilities have had numerous reports of anomalous activity by people in the area. I've read about strange glowing orbs hovering in the night sky, and things like secret underground tunnel networks that connect all the facilities in the valley together. Some of these reports have more or less credibility than some of the others, but I like to keep an open mind. One of the reports of an alleged black project out here that I find particularly compelling was the sighting of a bizarre craft. It was nicknamed the Brilliant Buzzard. The witness described it as having a massive black shape of over 200 feet long, which is pretty insane, and it was making a low rumbling sound as it passed over the facility. This was a pretty old report, I think. It was from the 90s, so whatever it was probably even old tech by today's standards.
Are you researching dental implants?
There's a lot of dental offices that'll talk about doing their teeth in the
All right, so I'm riding along, and I just caught my first glimpse of the facility. I can see one of the big radar dishes off in the distance. All right, so I'm at the western fence line, looking towards some kind of a small little building there. Here's the main cluster of buildings, at least on the surface. This looks like it's mostly hangars and storage facilities where they store models and airframes. You can see the radar too. They blast it this way downrange. They've got a small little gate on the western fence here. No drones. Pretty typical signage. All right, I'm just coming along the perimeter of the fence line here. As you can see, there's signs along the perimeter that say no trespassing and no loitering. Not sure about the no loitering part. I don't think they could enforce that really since it's not their property. But anyways, I'm loitering, so we'll see if any security comes out. There's a lot of aerial activity today. I think it's mostly from probably Edwards and China Lake to the north. But there's all kinds of jets coming over. You might have just heard that sonic boom a minute ago. All right, I got a little better vantage point. Now I can get an up-close look at the radar and the buildings here. Man, this one hangar here at the end is absolutely massive. I wonder what they keep in there. All right, well, I haven't seen any security vehicles of any kind yet. I've been here for, I don't know, maybe 10 minutes or so, just kind of hanging out. I'm going to keep moving along the fence line and make my way over to the front gate, see if it's manned or if there's any activity going on there. All right, well, I'm at the front gate. All I see right now are some security trucks parked there, but I haven't seen any activity. It's possible there's somebody in the booth, I just can't see them. I just saw a guy come out of that trailer there and go into the booth. Presumably that's the guy who mans the guard shack. Got a couple different security cameras out front there. There's a close-up shot of some of the security vehicles. Got a Chevy pickup and a Dodge Charger behind it there. I was trying to figure out what that sign was. Evidently a warning about desert tortoises. All right, so I rode along the eastern edge of the fence line. So now I'm on the eastern side of the facility looking towards the buildings. I'm going to get my telephoto lens out because I think I can get a good look at the other side of the buildings that I couldn't see from the south side. It looks like one of the hangar doors is actually open, so I'm going to pull my telephoto lens out here, give you guys a look. Yeah, it looks like one of those buildings is open there. So the test site here is about 8 square miles of land area. I've ridden around the perimeter of most of it now. All I have left to do from here is I'm going to make my way up to the northern edge and ride along that perimeter for a minute. The Skunkworks headquarters is located about 45 miles away in Palmdale at the Air Force Plant 42. I'll probably do a little video checking out Plant 42 one of these days because it's a pretty interesting place. They certainly have an interesting logo with a little crashed UFO here. I've long been intrigued by the often purported connection that Lockheed has to UFO lore. You have the former head of Skunkworks, Ben Rich, who made several enigmatic statements about the possession of technology capable of traveling the stars and to quote-unquote bring ET home. If Skunkworks did have such a thing, could it be kept out here? Maybe, who knows? Well, looks like I'm finally starting to draw attention from security. They've been seeing me stick my camera over the fence, I guess. Got a guy in the white truck over there watching me. It's the camo dudes we have at home, I guess. All right, I think that's enough harassing the guards for one day. What do you say we go up into the mountains and look for a good campsite?
You know, a lot of people think that in order to conceal carry, you're going to need a tactical belt and a set of jeans. Well, I'm here to tell you.
All right, well, I made it to the top of this little hill that's adjacent to the base. It's a pretty good view from up here. I definitely got some elevation. It wasn't too bad of a drive up here. It was just a little rocky trail, but no problem really to make it up. Well, guys, it's absolutely beautiful weather out this evening. I really couldn't ask for anything more. It's no wind, totally still. It's golden hour right now, so we have beautiful lighting and shadows stretching across the valley as the sun dips behind the mountains. I have my camp set up, so I'm going to grab a quick bite to eat, and as soon as the sun goes down, I'm going to pull out my PVS-14 night vision and see if there's anything cool in the night sky tonight. Looks like another vehicle's arriving. It went in through the front gate, and it's now driving down the test area. As the sun started to set behind the mountains, I got settled into my observation point for the night. First thing I noticed is that more and more vehicles were arriving as the sun was going down. After about 5 or 6 vehicles entered the facility, things kind of calmed down. I wasn't sure if I was going to see anything, but after a while sitting there in the dark, things started to get interesting. The first thing I noticed was a light appeared on the ground. It was too faint for me to see with the naked eye, but through my nods it showed up very bright. This was indicating to me that the hatch was most likely opening to the underground silo. Wow, this is crazy. You got it rotating up there on that pylon. Security truck down there making another pass. I don't know why they have hazards on. Well, an aircraft just came up out of the hole. So it looks like they are going to do an RCS radar cross-section test tonight. That's super cool. Honestly didn't think I was going to see anything, but here we are. If any video is going to get me accused of being a Chinese spy, it's going to be this one. Keep in mind, if this isn't the clearest video in the world, it's being filmed at over a mile away, probably close to a mile and a half away. And in pitch dark conditions, like there's no lights. They killed all the lights on the runway. They really didn't want this to be filmed. But I've got my PVS-14 night vision device here, and I have that stacked with my spotting scope. And yeah, hopefully this is going to come out cool. I can make out the vague shape of the craft. I can see the nose, and it looks like two vertical fins. I think the aircraft is upside down. They're spinning it around too. So. All right, well, I made it back safe and sound. I can't say I got the best night's sleep. Those drones were circling overhead for like the whole night, so didn't bring earplugs with me, but is what it is. Anyways, make sure you hit that subscribe button if you like seeing me camp in places I probably shouldn't. Hopefully my next video is not from a cell in Gitmo. See you next time.
All right. So, what do you think?
I think they're testing with UFO technology to increase our technology capabilities.
You saw that crazy airplane, right?
I don't think it was a airplane. I think it was extraterrestrial.
It might have been. We never know. Who knows? We do not know. Let me.
Or it could be a plane that from UFO capabilities, meaning what they discovered from UFO capabilities.
Yup. I think I'm gonna do one more video because it's already 1 o'clock, and I think this one is going to be my favorite Area 52 channel. He has the best like content. So that being said, I'm gonna go ahead and look that up. I was gonna say, are you good? Do you need something to drink?
I'm okay.
Okay, I didn't know if you were tired or.
I'm trying not to eat a lot because I don't want to make a lot of noise.
Oh man, you're more than welcome to eat. If need be, yeah, eat. That's what I say. There we go. Freaking YouTube didn't wanna. freaking switch. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and pull that up for you guys. The Area 52. There it is. Area 52. Check out his page. Some real good topics. So yeah, I think after this video, I'm gonna end it. If that's okay with you, Fox.
Yes.
Okay, cool. All right. So I'm gonna go ahead and get that video ready because I gotta find where I left off. Oh, he's got some good ones. Yeah, I'll just pull them from all the videos because he's got it set up in a good way. There we go.
Your theme tonight is definitely truth seeking.
Oh, yes, it usually is. Um, let's see. What do I want to? Oh, here we go. I got a good one. Let's find a good one. Oh, here we go. Levitating 1,000 tons of stone. The Coral Castle full documentary. How does that one sound?
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up. And yeah, of course, there's commercials. Thank God, for some reason they're not long on my computer. Like if I do them on my PS5, it's the commercials are like stupid long. I don't I don't quite know why they are, but all right. So are you ready, Fox? I'm gonna go ahead and play that.
I'm ready.
All right. Hopefully the viewers are ready. I'm sure they are. We've we've got a total of 2 viewers still. I know who it is. It would be both of 2 of my friends, which that's okay. They subscribe to me and watch my stuff regularly. And then I have a couple other friends that watch, but it doesn't pop up for some reason. Oh yeah, I know why, because they're not subscribed to me. So yeah, if you are, I'm gonna before I play the video, I'm gonna get that out there. If you are not subscribing, it's not gonna pop up that you're in watching the video. So hit that like and subscribe, guys. Also, if you could hype up my videos, please. Like, and yeah, with that, I'm gonna go ahead and play the video. So here we go. I've got it pulled up. It's levitating 1,000 tons of stone. That's kind of impossible. What do you think? Like, how does one levitate 1,000 tons of stone?
Engineering?
But he's talking about not using it, like levitating it, like making it float. How is
Let's see
that
the
even?
let's see the video and then we'll see.
Yeah, we're gonna see. It's let me see how long it is. It is a 57-minute video, by the way. I've been forgetting to let y'all know that. So here we go. I'm gonna go ahead and play it. I have it unmuted. Oh, here we go. I gotta pull it up. There we go.
To homestead. The main idea is that we get to spend several hours inside Coral Castle and document it and film it for the first time. Who knows how long?
He was brought into a mystery school, and in some way he was able to convey the mysteries of the ancients and hide mysteries into this stone construction.
They look down, what is it sitting on? And they find it's a piece of rock. They send it to the geology department, and they say material not of this earth. It comes from where? Outer space?
Two teenage witnesses were said to have seen it levitating giant stones like balloons.
That there is a black rock. They find a black rock.
The gears that he had in his eye, it was a pump.
And the holes on that one point at the top of the gateway over here where there's a metal.
Because you can get energy from limestone, depending on how you create your stone technology, I believe even the positions that they were put in, the locations that the chair sat in, had a purpose energetically even. So this entire place is one giant stone machine.
He died in secret of why moved castle from the ley line intersection of the Bermuda Triangle.
I was born here in Homestead. I don't remember Coral Castle, to be absolutely honest, but I remember the old gentleman who built it.
One of the things that the owners are told us is somebody coming in and saying, I solved this Coral Castle. I have the puzzle done.
That's one thing I've learned in my time here. Whenever you see something here that looks out of place, there's a reason.
He even said that he knew the secret of the pyramids. The pyramids were built by armies of men. This old man did this by himself.
Now I'm gonna pause that real quick. You heard that, right?
Yes.
The pyramids were built with armies of men. This dude built it by himself. How is that even possible? I'm gonna go ahead and play the rest of it. I just wanted to say that. That's just crazy.
What's this? Another mystery package. Coral Castle. I've heard of this place.
I have a question.
You can ask me anything.
Where did we come from? Do I matter? Why can't I see God?
You're telling me. How nice of you, John.
Imagine my mind again for just one dance. So let my blue heart pretend.
That's who's getting the copyright strike.
I'm just
This guy.
And I can't get over you. So let me
I see they spared no expense on this room.
I know you remember what we used to have. You wanna
I mean, I guess it isn't that bad.
Jake Ramsey.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Are you settled in?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good. How's the room?
It's no, sir. It's everything I hope for.
Use this time to really let go.
Will do, sir.
I mean it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, Ramsey, you might as well enjoy yourself. All right. Time to sit back and see what this Coral Castle business is all about.
What if I told you that about a century ago, a 100-pound, 5-foot-tall Latvian man with tuberculosis moved to Florida and built a castle out of coral rock that weighed a total of 1,000 tons? What if I told you the average weight of each individual stone was about 15 tons? Now imagine all of this was done with primitive tools, and that he only worked at night. And just for good measure, imagine that he did all of this by himself. The story of Edward Leeds Scullin begins in Latvia, January 12, 1887. Not too much is known about Ed's youth, other than he was a bit of a sickly boy who enjoyed reading and said had a very inquisitive mind. Sadly forced by poverty to leave school with only a 4th grade education. He possibly learned stonemasonry from his father and practiced this craft in Latvia. At the age of 26, he'd become engaged to his true love, 23-year-old Hermione Lucis, known now as Agnes Scuffs, which is a loose translation in Latin to the words innocent kiss, or as Ed called her, his sweet 16. She would eventually leave him one day before their wedding. In 1912, with a broken heart, Edward left his home country and headed to North America, spending years traveling through Canada and the United States and working several jobs. But in 1923, Ed contracts tuberculosis and leaves Oregon for a warm climate, Florida City. He was only given 6 months to live, but Ed was determined that the sun would cure him of his illness.
He went back and forth from Canada and the United States, and he had to get through And so he contracts up there. In those days, he has tuberculosis. He ends up on the side of the road, on the side of the jet. Ed is curled up and might have been a corpse. And the guy stops, back, and puts him in the car, thinking he's the only doctor in town. The doctor said, "You won't make it 6 months. 6 months from now, you're dead." And the doctor comes to visit him a year later, 18 months later. How can you still be alive? And Ed says to him, "Use the powers of magnetism."
In Florida City, he purchased a plot of land and began work on his new home, spending much of his time carving giant 2-ton stones into rocking chairs and experimenting with pulleys, levers, and homemade winches. He was crafty, ingenious, and above all, very hard worker. Later, in 1937, he would move every bit of carved stone to its final destination, Homestead, Florida. Why he chose Homestead remains to be investigated, but little is known exactly how Ed managed to move all of the giant stones to his new location. As the story goes, he rented a truck, and while the driver wasn't looking, Ed had already loaded it all onto the truck's bed. 2 teenage witnesses were said to have seen Ed levitating the giant stones like balloons.
2 kids stumbled across Ed in the castle, and they said that they saw him levitating those slabs. When we came along and put the book together, they were gone. They had passed them. But we found one of the guys, she said, to his dying day, my brother said, I saw what I saw those big slabs floating in the air.
But I do recall something I heard from my time with remote viewer Major Ed Dames. Dames and his team spent some time trying to decipher Ed's secrets. Major Dames might have a different theory on how this was all done.
He's got this big block, 2 ton block of coral on this truck bed. And it's attached by chains to, pulley. This is how he did it when the neighbors weren't watching. He had a big crane. He would push this crane over here and hook up that to the winch, to this right here. And over here is a counterbalance. He had these big canvas bags. Now you notice everybody's curious about the gears that he had inside. It was a pump. So you would pump water into these big ass bags. With that pump, fill the bag up until it counterbalance this rock, and wheel that over there, put it in place if it wasn't correct, put a little water in here, lift it up again, fix it, drop it back down. And I was thinking these sonics, such as the Tibetans may have used, all those kinds of things. That's
I'm going to be the first millionaire in the family.
All the upside and none of the headaches. If you want.
Now, over the next 20 years, he would continue to grow his coral castle, adding some structures that weighed up to 26 tons. He would also build his own power supply and radio so that he could get news from the war. People would come from all over to marvel at Ed's creations, paying 10 cents at the door and ringing the bell twice would summon Ed from his castle. But more people meant more speculation. Not only were Ed's stone monuments large in scale, but they seemed to have a celestial connection. From the polar telescope to the unusual sundial, and even the placement of Coral Castle itself, which intersects with various ley lines. What are ley lines? They are a map of lines drawn from sites of great historical value, like Easter Island and various pyramids. In his book, The Old Straight Track, Alfred Watkins, in 1925, an early photographer and inventor of the pinhole camera, showed that there was a vast network of straight lines crisscrossing Britain, aligning a large number of ancient sites and standing stones, burial mounds, etc. He also suggested there were such ley lines in other parts of the world. Independently of Watkins' ideas, a similar notion, that of Heilige Linien, or Holy Lines, was raised in the 1920s in Germany. But it wasn't until the 1960s, after Ed's death, that people started making otherworldly connections to ley lines. Some believe these lines show us an invisible power grid, where one could harness the natural magnetism of the Earth in order to levitate stones, which would help explain some of the other mysteries around the world. Is this why Ed chose Homestead? Witnesses recall Ed holding a witching rod or a dowsing rod on the side of the road before moving to Homestead. When asked what he was looking for, Ed said, "When I know it, I'll find it." But this theory of magnetic lines becomes all too real of an idea when you consider Ed's fascination with magnetic current, even going so far as to publish his work on the subject, challenging modern science by proposing a theory that magnetic charge was everywhere, but would flow through objects differently. That a certain metal was not in itself magnetic, but that the material was made in a way that allowed the magnetic current of the Earth to flow through it easier. Basically saying that protons and electrons didn't exist, and he would replace them with positive and negative particles of magnetism. Now, it's important to note that this work on magnetism isn't widely accepted, mainly because his work is rather hard to decipher. Either way, this was all enough to pique my curiosity.
We are on our way to Homestead. The main idea is that we get to spend several hours inside Coral Castle and document it and film for the first time in, who knows how long. So.
Don't know if we're supposed to wait.
Alright, follow me. Hi.
So I know the premise of the show is solving puzzles.
Oh, that's the main channel, but Area 52 is totally different.
One of the things that the owners are explaining is somebody coming in and saying, I solved those core puzzles. I had the puzzle done. Then it's really, that just blows our whole entire business.
It is to be noted that for legal purposes, I have blurred and concealed the identity of this person, and the views and opinions of this person are not necessarily those of Coral Castle. Also, my intentions here at Coral Castle were, and still are, investigative, and are not meant to damage Coral Castle's reputation. Hearing this news was a bit of a shock. I was always under the impression that Coral Castle's mysteries had been looked into, which was the reason it became such an incredible attraction. I mean, even the History Channel put out an episode on Coral Castle during a season of Ancient Aliens. Surely they must have done their research. But this did pique my curiosity. We, for the first time in I don't know how long, are allowed to film in Coral Castle. So currently they're waiting on a gentleman who is 94 years old, who was like 5 years old when he knew, or when he saw Edward Leeds Scullin. So we're going to get his sort of report. This is what the place was originally called, as Rock Gate Park. That was perfectly balanced at one point on a plate on the ground.
This block weighs 9 tons. It's just one piece of rock. See what you can do with one hand?
It was just a kid could push that door and it would swing open and swing shut. Now, after it passed away, that door stopped working. And by then, Coral Castle's on the National Historic Register. Somehow they networked to the University of Florida Engineering Department. Can you come down there and take a look at this? They come down and they pull it apart and they find it is sitting on a Ford Model A truck axle. Now it took 7 guys and a big crane and the crane is bending to pull this huge
Burning, tingling, numb, aging feet. This new 3-in-1 massager targets all the
back up.
It took an entire team to try and balance this rock the way that Ed originally had it, and they couldn't balance it as well as he did by himself. When they took this down, they tried to fix it, right? At one point they had and they could never do it like he did it, even with modern technology.
That happened, I believe, sometime in the 80s. So you figure from 1930 something thereabouts to the 1980s, it was as he designed it, and it worked.
The first realization that he found the exact perfect center of this massive block. The second thing they look at is there is a very carefully drilled hole up through the middle of it. Now that hole is still there, and they're looking at it since in the 1970s, and there's no way anybody could drill that perfect and that straight a hole, a balancing as it does, unless you had a lady. How did he do it? They're looking at this axle, and it's sitting on this coral rock, which is really brittle. The weight of which is on this one axle. It would have just ground that coral, which is all there is down there. It would have grounded into sand. They look down. What is it sitting on? And they find a piece of rock. And you can see it. They have it under glass in the museum right here at the Capitol. They send it to the geology department. So the story goes. University of Florida, they have about 3 weeks. They send it back and they say material out of this soil. It comes from where? Outer space.
What about that disc they found? Do you know anything about that?
Is that the one that was under holding that up?
Yeah.
No, I don't know anything about what the results of that were.
As interesting as these claims were, I had to reach out to the University of Florida and the University of South Florida myself and check in with their geology departments. Unfortunately, neither had any record of testing this specific material, and without the name of the professor who conducted the tests, it would be near impossible to dig up. No pun intended.
It seems like the inside of it doesn't ride.
It does, like Indiana Jones.
Yeah, like a mine.
We're inside
Thunder Mountain.
this man's castle right now. And sir, come on in. Your name again, once again?
Robert Cruz.
Robert Cruz is the resident expert of tools.
Well, this was his workshop.
Yeah.
This whole area was his workshop. Ed was a master of repurposing things. He would repurpose anything and everything to make what he wanted. And he liked to build things out of very heavy parts. Because if you look around here, you'll see things are made out of leaf springs, you'll see railroad ties, you'll see the shackles to truck springs, you'll see all kinds of very large, heavy objects.
So you guys are still finding things out about this place.
Oh yeah.
Even to this day.
I've been coming here for 10 years, and every time I come here, I find something new.
What's the most fascinating thing in this room that we're looking at right now?
In this room, the thing of most curiosity is this has everybody perplexed. It's generator.
Okay.
And part of the reason it's so perplexing is there's parts missing because people have stolen stuff from here over the years. If you look under here, you're going to see an engine block. It's a Model T engine block mounted in concrete.
Right.
Up here, these are the magnets from the magneto that he stacked up. And there's a handle so you can spin it. That wood block used to have a transformer mounted on it. So when you crank it, it would induce voltage in the transformer. And this contraption here was supposed to be some kind of electrical contact, but there's parts missing to it. So we'll never know how to work it.
Now, if the giant 9-ton spinning door wasn't enough to make you scratch your head, this piece of electrical equipment known as the flywheel is also shrouded in mystery. Claims of its use range from being a magnetic levitator, anti-gravity device, electromagnetic generator, and even a perpetual motion device. But these claims are met with equal amounts of skeptical interpretations, suggesting the engine was part of a complex but mechanical system of pulleys, levers, and other devices that allowed Lead Skalnin to move the stones using conventional physics, albeit with extreme ingenuity.
That's one thing I've learned in my time here. Whenever you see something here that looks out of place, there's a reason. So this is mysterious. And the other thing that's mysterious, at least to me, being I'm an amateur radio operator, I'm also a techie nerd. These coils on these bottles, some of them have broken up. Why so big? Why so much wire? If you could build a crystal radio, it's just a diode, a coil of wire, and an antenna. Why so big? Why so much? If you look at the top of the wall, if you scrutinize the top of the wall, you will see he loved to use these giant nails that are hammered into the wall. Right. You'll see them along the top of the wall. And I talked to an old timer, and he remembers seeing wires strung up all around the walls, which makes sense. World War II comes around. How's he going to get any news about what's going on in the war if he doesn't have any electricity? So the only way you're going to receive radios with the crystal radio, which requires an abnormally long wire. It doesn't need so much coils here. I don't know what he was doing with this. And all these radio parts that he collected.
One of the great challenges is knowing enough about a subject to think you're right.
This guy was just like a wealth of all sorts of knowledge. Do you think he used all that to like really understand something we don't know?
There's some unexplainable things here. I tried to keep an open mind, but at the same time, it's like, hey, let's debunk.
Yeah.
And there are some large stones here that have been moved. This right here is the hoist that he used to lift the stones.
Right.
This has a limited capacity. We have stones here that far exceed the capacity of this chain form.
Right.
How did he erect? And then there's some of the stones are at such elevation that the tripod, which is in the picture here, wouldn't have reached.
Yeah, you would need about twice the size of that.
So you can't help but wonder, he didn't have a crane, he didn't hire cranes. The guy was extremely frugal. How'd that get up there? You got the rock cutting chisels right here.
Yep.
It was all done by hand. That's to come along. He would pull them on. He would roll them on logs. But then when it comes to something like that giant obelisk that's out there, that thing exceeds the capacity of this by 4 or 5 times.
Right.
How'd that thing get up there?
Yeah, so he had some techniques that are mystery.
It's like, you can't explain it. It's just a mystery.
While on the property, we had the opportunity to interview Billy Carson, best-selling author, TV host, and founder of Forbidden Knowledge. known for his deep dives into ancient civilizations, space anomalies, and hidden truths.
Tested 1, 2, Billy Carson, a.k.a. Forbidden Knowledge.
Is this your first time at Coral Castle?
No, not my first time. I've been here a couple times.
What's your impression coming into this place? Like, what feeling do you get coming in here?
Coming in here, I get this feeling something similar to going to a lot of the megalithic sites that I visit. The temples, the pyramids all around the world. As soon as you come here, if I didn't know I was in Florida, I would think that I was in another place, another country, where somebody left behind an ancient remnant. I wouldn't have known that this was built in quote-unquote more modern times. So this is a very special place because the person that built this, at least Glenn, he definitely tapped into some real knowledge. At some point, he was taught this information because there was no Google back then. Didn't exist. He was brought into a mystery school, and in some way he was able to convey the mysteries of the ancients and hide mysteries into this stone construction.
What similarities do you find between the structure that you see here and some of the other megalithic structures?
Similarities are, first of all, the size of the blocks and the weight. That's the one, obviously. I mean, some of this stuff was brought from miles away. Everywhere you go around the world, you hear the same story. These stones came from miles and miles away. And back then it was supposedly dragged along by elephants and this and that. And then you got this guy here, he's not using that. So that really, to me, debunks the whole ancient mainstream theory. But what I see similar is, of course, the way that the masonry is cut. The precise cuts, the way they fit together, almost interlocking in some ways. And all the alignments are all the same everywhere you go around the world.
Yeah, there's something to be said about the alignments of the stars and the ley lines as well that are around this area. I mean, that's really fascinating. I guess it is cool that we can sort of learn things about these ancient structures right here. We might have answers here that we may not have anymore to some of those other places. What are your thoughts on the whole ley line deal?
I believe that ley lines are real. When you look at the ley line grid, and then you start to see where they intersect and cross, and then you look at the ancient sites, all of a sudden, you start to see an anomaly.
The front door of Ed's Coral Castle, that front door intersects to the line of the Bermuda Triangle. He died with secrets of why moved the castle with the front door on the ley line intersection of the Bermuda Triangle.
Ancient sites and temples popping up where the ley lines cross. Underneath the oceans, sometimes in those spots you find things like the Yonaguni Pyramid or the Bermuda Triangle. Or all these other places that are intrinsically linked. The Bermuda Triangle is so linked to the Yonaguni. If you draw a line straight through the earth from the center of the Bermuda Triangle, you come out at the Dragon's Triangle in Japan. So there's some way these ley lines, these energetic lines, they knew how to harness them. They knew where they were located, which means they had some type of technology to read the energy fields, and they utilized those fields to, I guess, potentially levitate these stones.
I was told earlier by one of the researchers here who talked to us about tools that he was drawing lines. Did he tell you about this?
No.
So there are these holes, much like the hole you see in the telescope. But there's several of them around here that are clearly bored holes. They all line up to create a giant triangle.
Wow.
If you look at it from above.
There's a spot out here where I walked past with a magnetometer. The magnetometer started going quirky. And I thought, well, okay, let's be logical about this. There's probably a large piece of metal in the stone. I came back with some metal detecting equipment. Nothing. There's rumor that he picked this spot for a reason. And the ley lines thing gets brought up. I don't know enough about the ley lines and story. But that he picked this area for a reason. And when you get into that area where the magnetometer goes bonkers, it's like, okay, there's something odd here. The spot I was telling you about, by the way, with the magnetometer?
Yeah, right around here.
So at first I thought, well, there's something in here. I scanned this whole thing. The only bit of metal this whole thing has is this little notch right here, where the shadow on the sundial. There's nothing else. But right through here, I don't know what the deal with this is. Yeah.
It's like dead sand.
That's a good question. Hadn't thought about that.
Kind of feels like it might be.
Yeah.
Around here somewhere.
Friggin' commercial.
building is situated right on the cardinal points, accurately lined up with the cardinal points, and he's got this sighting system. There's holes through the walls. There's holes. There's a hole in the ground. There's different things that give you a triangle. Once you have that triangle, Pythagorean theorem, you could locate anything within that space. So you got some of these boreholes. Oh yeah. I came here with a bunch of laser pointers, and I just like
for fun,
just like poked them in there because I'm like, this sticks out. Notice everything here is at a 90 of everything else. Everything's very square. Why is this here? And when I put the laser pointer on it, it pointed over to where the holes are on that one. And the holes on that one point at the top of the gateway over here where there's a metal.
See, perfectly?
Yes. So it's triangle. So it's a 90-degree triangle.
Best educated guess. Why does he have these holes?
Oh, you got to line things up. And being that he worked as he did work as a stone.
But why line things up here like this? Like why particularly?
I don't know why he was so obsessed with having it lined up to the cardinal points.
Yeah, kind of useless to all of us just enjoying. And that so it makes it really fascinating. It's like there wasn't meaning here. Even though I might not understand it, he understood it for some reason. It was valuable to him, enough for him to take time and to make sure everything was
changed the attraction value if the building was crooked on the property.
That's correct.
But he had to have it lined up with the cardinal points.
And no one would really, no one could call you on one.
No,
like if you said if this was all crooked and you just said to yourself, oh no, it's all lined up, I wouldn't question that. But the fact that it is lined up is just shows you that he was on to something that we. I don't know. That we don't understand. Yeah. You do think there is some type of connection between ancient geometry, sacred geometry?
There definitely is a sacred geometrical connection here. The way this place is laid out, everything has a purpose. Nothing was put here just for, hey, decoration, or I think it would look good here. Not even the rocking chairs were put there just for fun. Everything had a specific purpose and a specific meaning. Because you can get energy from limestone, depending on how you create your stone technology, I believe even the positions that they were put in, the locations that the chair sat in, had a purpose energetically even. So this entire place is one giant stone machine.
If you look behind us here, this is a well. This is a well. Right here.
There's water. How he knew there was water down here
is the same way that Ed found this place. So he would use what was called dowsing rods.
Dowsing rods are simple tools, traditionally made from metal or wood, used for centuries in the practice of dowsing. This is a method believed to detect underground water, minerals, or other hidden substances. The rods, usually L-shaped, are held loosely in both hands, and practitioners claim they move or cross when they encounter the desired object or energy. Though widely regarded as pseudoscience, dowsing remains popular in folklore and mysticism, with some attributing the rod's movement to subtle energy fields or intuition.
He dug this out. This guy was 5 foot tall, 100 pounds, and had tuberculosis.
And he dug this out.
Like, look at the size of this hole. This is insane.
This is where he would be. He would come down, and you could either go underneath or you could climb over. That's why the rockets went out like that. And you're in like your own private bathtub in there. Where the well drops down is directly overhead, lets the sun in and lights it up.
But Hurricane Andrew in the 1990s blew through that area of Florida. But it didn't destroy Ed's castle. It was the only thing in Homestead that didn't blow away. The National Guard comes in, and they set up base around Ed's in the middle of the castle with this divining rod you were talking about. Ed carves down through coral rock that's underneath the castle, gets all the way to a spring. Now, how do you know the spring was there? Divining rod, fresh water in South Florida, that's like gold, right? And he found it. He built steps. He carved steps, and it goes all the way down to this day where the water is, and the steps go way down. And this guy, with a third-grade education from Regal Latvia, is building an electrical power plant that he cranks by hand. Florida National Guard has got this communication center, and it's radio, and they're getting this frequency interrupt to the radio. So they get a diver, outputs himself, goes down into that well, and finds a cave underwater, and finds, so the story is, but they told me, no verification, that there is a black ball. They find a black ball.
The black box at Coral Castle. Now, this thing is a mystery. It's seen mounted on top of a tripod-like structure, and it's believed to have played a key role in Ed's ability to move massive stones. Some speculate it involved magnetic or electrical forces, and there are reports that he may have used cones in combination with this device. This mysterious setup bears similarities to boxes and tools depicted in ancient civilizations such as Egypt or Mesopotamia, which are thought to harness lost technologies for energy manipulation or construction. And with today's technology, it's interesting because we're beginning to take advantage of the sonic levitation principles ourselves.
Don't look up Moringa. Seriously, just skip this. You walk past it in the market. You hear the name here and there.
I'll demonstrate. So this is a little setup that we put together that uses sound waves to make things float. It's called an acoustic levitation device. It works by blasting sound waves at a specific frequency that create pressure points in the air. These points can hold up small objects like these lightweight bits I'm about to show you. So when you push these sound waves together in just the right way, they create areas where the air pressure is so strong that it counteracts gravity, creating a standing wave and keeping these objects suspended midair. Now this works for small objects and lightweight stuff. The sound waves can handle that. But if you're wondering whether this car or a couch or even a giant stone float with sound, that's where things get tricky. The amount of sound power you'd need to lift something heavy would be so intense, it'd be like a mini earthquake. I mean, it's possible in theory, but in practice, the sound would just be way too loud. It would be damaging. Everything has meaning. A lot of the meaning that this park holds eludes us to this day. We don't know. Like there are symbols here that you might see throughout, like Masonic symbolism, like the Freemasons. There's like this six-pointed star, and it's in this well over here. It's in all these different places. That shows up. There's also interplanetary symbols, larger than life, maybe extraterrestrial vibe about this place, and that's just part of the mystery. It's like so many different things. It's really hard to pinpoint any answers, and I think that's why. It's such a special place. These are all chairs that he built. He built these chairs for children, but that big one, the big uncomfortable one, that was for his mother-in-law. and that's real. It's short in distance where your butt rests. It's straight up. It's not comfortable at all. All these other chairs would rock, by the way, back in the day. Maybe not anymore. But they would all rock, except that one. So, and then obviously Edward's throne was here. That was where he would sit. I don't know why he would be sitting up there, but this is the kind of person he is, a mysterious guy. Do you ever think we'll live to see the day where the secrets are uncovered?
I think we will. I think we're getting very close to those days. That time period is coming. We're the people now in this era that are supposed to really unfold the information, unfold the knowledge, break through, and begin to take our energies and put it into experiments based on what we've witnessed and seen here, collecting the data from places like the Coral Castle, and then reproducing those in laboratories.
Now, next up on the tour, they had us do something called energy testing.
Do the energy testing with anybody because it's you have to be bigger than your ego to understand what I'm talking about. Have I done the energy testing with you? It didn't work for you. It didn't work for you. Okay, so right now, you're going to take your strongest arms, you're going to take this, you're going to put it down to the side of the arm, and you're going to resist.
Okay.
So hold your breath, really, go ahead, pull. Are you pulling as hard as you can? Mm-hmm. This is not for you, this is for you to know what it takes to prevent it.
Understood.
If you're really not trying, you're not This, when you do it this time, you're not going to have to. So I'm going to take this. I'm going to put this here, and now you're going to do the same thing. You're going to put your arms up, and you're not going to let her put your arm down to your side.
Okay.
Go ahead. Okay, stop.
Yeah, I did feel it.
Okay, there's Mark difference.
Yeah.
So don't hurt. Think of that. That is the one who put this together. Okay, go ahead. Try. Are you doing it hard? Try with two hands. Okay, stop. Okay, go ahead. Try again. Go ahead, try to resist. I'm not looking. I'm not looking. Okay, what happened? You feel it inside. It's Ed. So this is, you're being affected by positive and negative. This is not the only spot that does it.
I guess they forgot the part about me being a professional magician for most of my life. This pseudoscience / magic trick is known as applied kinesiology.
I just want to show you energy testing and how really simple it is.
We'll call it AK for short. AK is like the illusion of science.
Spleen, stomach, liver, gallbladder, pancreas, intestines. You go in priority mode.
Imagine you're standing there, arm outstretched, and a practitioner presses down to test your muscle strength. Based on whether your arm resists or gives way, they claim to diagnose anything from food sensitivities to organ imbalances, or in this case, where it was debunked by James Randi, the sudden strength given to you from holding a crystal.
Yeah, no, can you feel the difference? I mean, I can get it, but you can't get it.
Ladies and gentlemen, and Susie and Fiona, what you chose as the crystal is actually rat poison.
All I can say is that rat poison must be really good, Fiona. God, I can take them every day then.
I hate that I can't keep this a secret. I canceled all my food delivery subscriptions and upgraded to Community. And
This sounds interesting until you realize that the real trick isn't in your muscles, but in how they're pushing.
I'm just going to go up like this. I don't have to touch you at all. We'll use one finger. I really tried.
Here's where the illusion comes in. You see, the direction and the force of the push can easily manipulate the outcome. If they push straight down, you can pretty well resist the force. But if the same force is applied inwards, suddenly it might seem like you've lost your strength. But that's not because your body's health has miraculously declined in a split second.
I really tried.
It's simple biomechanics. The angle of the force changes the mechanical advantage, not your nutritional needs. The whole thing feels a bit like a parlor trick, dressed up as a diagnostic tool. And much like any well-done illusion, it's easy to believe when you don't know what's going on behind the scenes.
Is there any road where we can go upstairs? Is that possible?
We can ask.
And they rang the door to come downstairs and give you a tour.
Wow.
I haven't been up here in a while. And then his bed is just a plank of wood in the ceiling. So that's bed.
So tiny.
Yeah, exactly. He's only 5 feet tall. So.
Yeah.
And then there was a mechanism, and it's not part of it anymore, but he can lift it up to get it out of the bedroom today. This chair, made out of old bicycle parts. It's a nice little chair to relax in. And I had a girl, when I first started guiding him, she said, this is where he time traveled. Like he would sit there, he would spin really fast, and that's how we would time travel. Yes.
This is his appetite, right?
So there's better ones.
So this right here, very small man, very tiny man. Big ideas.
Now I'm going to show you something really.
Okay.
610-5195. They say that that's the secret code of World Castle, and those numbers unlock the mysteries.
610-5195.
And I watched a YouTube video one day that went on for like an hour, talking about how you drive these numbers and how this reveals the secret.
Or maybe it was the number of his naturalization certificate. I guess we'll never know.
Ed Sundial is the only one that they know that tells time in 3 different ways. It tells you the time of day, the month of the year, and the season.
Ed's sundial is pretty unique. This type of sundial is known as an equatorial sundial. In this design, the sundial's face is aligned with the Earth's equator, and a gnomon, which is the part that casts the shadow, is set parallel to the Earth's rotational axis. This allows the sundial to track the sun's movement more consistently throughout the year. What's interesting and rare about this sundial is that it doesn't only track the time of day, but it also tracks the longest and shortest days of the year, the summer and winter solstices. Just another example of Ed going above and beyond.
Over here, also another one of the most fascinating parts is this obelisk. So if you look at, you see this hole through here.
it points directly into these crosshairs. And so at night, if you stare through this into the crosshairs, you will see Polaris, the North Star, in one of those four quadrants. So it would tell you what season you're in. You know, and for him to move all of this in an exact position, it just shows you that these rocks weren't just placed randomly. Like they had to be specifically placed and possibly even moved after they were placed to find the exact spot. I think that's what he's trying to show us here, is that, hey, the calendar, this thing, these aren't just random structures. I was able to move them the slightest amount if I wanted to. He wasn't a very tall guy. He was a little bathtub. Little steps to get up there. This is really interesting. So what does that look like to you, Nelson? Looks like a bird bath. It's a mirror. So the bottom, if you notice, the bottom has a dark rock in it. Well, that would allow him to see his own reflection. This was his bathroom. These are beds, by the way.
Oh, for the baby.
Yeah, the baby, the crib. He was planning on having his family live here.
This here was for punishing if the children were being scolded.
So although Ed was a brilliant self-taught engineer, he did have some interesting takes when it came to family life. This was quoted during his tour. I believe in good behavior, and if one forsakes it, one must be punished. My repentance corner, however, is not just for misbehaved children. There's a place for Sweet 16 if she sasses me back. Heads are placed in the openings, and I lock them in with a block of wood. An hour of my counseling in that position would straighten anybody out. Which is why during the tour they tend to focus a little more on his engineering marvels.
Very, again, different era, different time.
And speaking of a different era, it was finally time to sit down with one of the last remaining people to have ever met Ed Leedskalnin. 94-year-old Charles Karin.
Are we on?
We are on.
All right. Well, I'm delighted to meet you.
Likewise. What a pleasure.
I was born here in Homestead, lived here for 3 years, and I remember, I don't remember Carl Castle, to be absolutely honest, but I remember the old gentleman who built it. Homestead, as I recall, had only one two-story building. And it was a brown wood frame, unpainted building. And then on the second floor was the office of Dr. Hartman. That was the doctor who delivered me and my dad's best friend. And so we had been on our way to Dr. Hartman's office. And the gentleman that built Carl Castle was sitting on his bicycle, leaning against the wall. And I think having a soft drink from the pharmacy. At any rate, I probably would not have remembered that if my parents had not talked about him. But they knew who he was. They knew he was pretty much a loner. I don't think he had any social life at all. But he had built Carl Castle, which was an amazing accomplishment, and the townspeople knew it because they knew he had moved all these enormous stones by himself. There was nobody else here to help him. And he even said, and this, I remember my father quoting this, he even said that he knew the secret of the pyramids. Now I've been in the pyramids. I went up the pyramid of Khufu, which is the biggest there in northern Egypt. The difference between what was done here at Carl Castle and the pyramids were built by armies of men. This old man did this by himself.
How women in the 1970s lost weight.
Marissa, I got two.
How did he do it? And I don't think the townspeople at that time were alert enough or interested enough to realize what he was doing. I couldn't appreciate the fact that he was moving these stones, individual stones weighing tons.
Do you think anyone will ever solve the mysteries of Coral Castle?
I doubt it. I really doubt it. Number one, the tools he had at his disposal were just very simple tools. And I think the mystery is in what he said, that I had discovered the secret of the pyramids. And by that, he was referring to the fact that he could move these stones. I don't know the weight of them, but I'm looking at one, that spire. It would take modern equipment, big equipment to move that stone. Well, he got it standing up there.
I later came across a book titled Mr. Kant is Dead by Orville M. Irwin. This book wasn't easy to find. Orville was a longtime friend of Ed's, and in his book goes into surprising detail of how Ed allegedly cut, carved, and moved these stones. In fact, Orville also claims that he was the one that drove the truck that these rocks were moved on, saying although Ed did indeed work alone to place the stones on the truck bed, it did take him several weeks to accomplish this, and the move from the first location to Homestead took most of the year. A far cry from the alleged overnight move. He claims that Ed had no regard for time, that he would work tirelessly to achieve these incredible feats at his own pace, using the simple tools that were available to him. Mentioning that today's generation in the 1950s were push-button kids. A generation that would rather do things at the push of a button than believe that a single man could accomplish all of this by the sweat of his brow. In a July 1939 issue of a local paper, the Redland District News, there was an article about his moving job captioned, "Ed is doing a colossal job of moving, but he wants no help, thank you." It described how he worked pulling and laboring and unloading some of the massive pieces of rock, and then continued, "He will decline your neighborly gesture courteously but firmly." According to Orville, making this statement, and I quote, "Ed wanted to tell people this would not be one of those tourist places where folks get fooled." Interesting. But in my opinion, does not make Coral Castle any less of a mystery.
There's Nelson, by the way. What do you think about all of this? What are your thoughts on this, man?
I've been here two times before. Like I told you, the first time.
God, no. Sorry. Window.
Jesus, that's terrifying. No, anyway, so the first time was like a very special experience. I really enjoyed it. The second time I came, felt like they really tried to hammer home some really wild stuff, and I was not there for it. And so I kind of left thinking about this place like that. Coming back here and hearing a lot more in-depth stories about things I didn't even know in the tour. Yeah, I don't know if there's. It's clear that there's some things that he probably just did. Through manual labor. He was a smart guy, had the tools, made the tools. Other things, he did something else. And that is absolutely clear. I just don't know what it is. That's the mystery. And you can't explain that away. You know.
What do you make of the whole ley line situation, that type of thing?
Yeah, I don't know too much about it, but I think that's interesting. I would love to come back here and measure
With a magnometer?
Yeah. There's a vibe here. There's something.
There is a vibe.
Yeah. So I don't know. Mystery remains alive. It's a special place, for sure.
Obviously, if you guys are in the area of Homestead or Florida, Miami, for that, it's like an hour drive from Miami, 45 minutes, an hour drive. I definitely recommend coming here and doing a tour because there's some really interesting facts, and there is a sense of magic and wonder. And I think they just want to kind of preserve that here, which I understand. I don't think the goal here is to really figure out how or why everything was done. I think the goal is to give people a little bit of something to ponder. In a day and age when we have all the answers, there might be something here that we don't have an answer for. And I think that's why this place exists, and I think it's there to sort of remind us that. So it's a really cool place.
I do remember that he came to America and he was in love. And his fiancée never came to the States. She rejected him at that point, and he built this for her. This is a little castle that he went to all that effort trying to impress her to come to the U.S. and come to Florida. But she never did. So he apparently lived and died a lonely old man. But he left something that's permanent. And that's what impresses me.
Yeah, a shrine of some sort.
Exactly.
With a story. This place has heart. This place has soul.
And it is this human element meeting with the spiritual element, that he had ability and wisdom and understanding that goes a little beyond the human understanding. But the two came together in a very wonderful way to create Coral Castle.
So, do I think Edley Skalnin harnessed the powers of magnetricity? Do I think he used sound to levitate these stones? Do I think he was aided perhaps by some non-human intelligence in order to erect this castle? No, I don't. I think before we even ask that question, we have to take a good look at ourselves. If a man who's 5 foot tall, 100 pounds, can build something so massive, what does that say about us? Of course, we'd rather believe that he was helped by aliens, because then I wouldn't have to take a good hard look at what I've done in my life. Now, we can't forget the fact that this took 30 years. That's not an overnight feat. You can get a lot done in 30 years. I think he's proof of it. I mean, there are videos and photos of him using tools and moving these blocks inch by inch. I think if there's anything to learn from Edley Skalnin is his dedication, his precision, his patience, and above all, his work ethic. You know, I came into this investigation wondering if somehow this American Stonehenge would unlock some of the mysteries held in Egypt. And for me, I think they did. If this one man, this one tiny person, can do all of this, then what can 100,000 people do in a lifetime? Echoing the words of Orville, in the 1950s, he labeled the children as a push-button generation. Now, that's the generation of like my parents or my grandparents. And I don't consider them lazy, but perhaps their parents did, and their grandparents even more so. I think as time progressed, life's gotten a lot easier. And I think the further we move away from the origin of Coral Castle, the more impossible it's going to be to believe that someone did this with their hands. But I think the more important question isn't how. I think the more important question that might make us think a little bit more is why. Why go through all the trouble to move your castle to a different location that's been set on these ley lines? Why line it up to the cardinal points? Why the celestial connection? Was he just a fan of mystery? We know that he was a romantic. Perhaps he wanted to instill some of that romance into the people visiting Coral Castle. Everyone who visited Ed's place left with a feeling of wonder. And maybe that finally gave Ed some purpose. As a magician, I can relate to that. I can relate to instilling wonder in others and how addictive that can be. Does Ed possess some type of knowledge that the average human doesn't? I think so. Is it paranormal? Probably not. But has he made the world a more mysterious and amazing and wonderful place? I mean, that goes without saying. Coral Castle is an amazing place, regardless of the trickery or the smoke and mirrors. Take it for what it is. It shows how much one simple soul can accomplish on this earth if he or she decides to dedicate their life to it. I think that's one of the most inspiring things. Much more inspiring to me than harnessing some foreign energy. But I definitely want to know your thoughts in the comments below. Have you visited Coral Castle? And after watching this investigation, what do you think? Your guess is as good as mine. I'd love to hear your thoughts. And if you did enjoy this content, I do want to encourage you to head over to our Patreon. For $5 a month, which is the price of a coffee, we're giving you hours and hours and hours of extra content. Uncut interviews from this investigation include Rusty McClure, Billy Carson, and Mr. Karn. Past investigations are there. You have access to the entire archive if you sign up. And not only that, you'll also get access to our top secret section in our Discord, where we have Q&As, movie nights, and sneak peeks into future investigations. I want to personally thank some of the patrons or interns, as we call them, that have helped me amass all the data I needed for this investigation. Thank you to Infinius, Mix Mage, Artemis Moon, Tess, Countryside Limbo, and Picture a Secret Tunnel. You guys have helped make this investigation what it is, and I appreciate you. And if you want to find out how you can help out on the next investigation, head over to Patreon. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you on the next investigation. Peace.
Yeah, that was good.
That was very good.
Yeah, that poor man, he built all that. He literally built all that just for that woman to not. What a heartless, cruel woman, dude.
I think it's more than that. I thought it extended his life. It gave his life purpose.
Yeah, like, I think towards the end, he realized what he built gave him purpose. And it's just a beautiful story. And, like, how the hell did he build that? That's wild. Like, he straight flat out said he knew the secrets to the pyramids. I'm like, hold up.
That tells me that it wasn't built for him. It was built for something else. Because it said that he was able to map out the seasons and
Yeah. It was wild. It was wild. He had that thing so aligned, and that man was just intelligent.
everything was aligned for a purpose, for a reason.
Everything had a purpose and a meaning.
I mean, even his whole dwelling, they even said was like a mini factory.
Yeah, it was just, the man was intelligent. But yeah, that's crazy. Also, Fox, because I just got the idea from, like, what he just said about the fucking movie night. Dude, we could have a movie night doing this, but I wouldn't live stream it, obviously, because I'll get, a copyright strike. But me and you could actually just do a private movie thing where we watch a movie together on the screen. I just thought about that.
We'll have to talk about it off the stream. What kind of content you want to watch?
Yeah, that's fine. We can talk about that. I just thought about it, and yeah, we could just watch it doing how we're doing it now. Now that I know how to do all this, because I can get some movies off of YouTube for free. They have movies on there. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and probably just end the stream.
Again, thank you for having me, and I hope
it was good having you. And if you want to stick around after the stream for a little bit, we can. It's up to you.
I don't have the stamina. Sorry.
Oh, okay, you're good then. I'm gonna get off too. So, but all right, everybody, I'll catch you later.
Thanks again.
Yeah, I'm just gonna re-upload this. I'm probably not gonna edit it because the commercials honestly aren't that long anyway. I was surprised. They're actually quite quick, so I'm just gonna upload it as is. But all right, I'll catch y'all later.